Good evening, and thank you for joining the July 5th, 2023 City Council Special Hybrid Meeting. City Council is in executive session until approximately 7 p.m. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. We are now live.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the July 5th, 2023 City Council Special Hybrid Meeting. I'm Mayor Salim Neese, and this evening's hybrid City Council meeting is being brought to you by Zoom. We're also broadcasting live on MITV Channel 21 and on the city's YouTube channel. Before this meeting, the City Council was in executive session from 5 p.m. to 6:51 p.m. During executive session, we discussed with legal counsel, one, to consider the selection of a site or the acquisition of real estate by lease or purchase when public knowledge regarding such consideration would cause a likelihood of increased price pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 paren 1, close paren little b, close paren, and 2, to discuss with legal counsel litigation or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 paren 1, close paren little I, close paren, and 3, for the planning or adopting the strategy or position to be taken by a governing body during the course of any collective bargaining, professional negotiations, or grievance or mediation proceedings, or reviewing the proposals made in negotiations or proceedings while in progress pursuant to RCW 42.30.140 paren 4, close paren little b, close paren. Welcome to all, and thank you for joining us tonight. Council members, please have your microphones turned on for the roll call. City Clerk Andrea Larson, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Andral.
Here.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Weicker.
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Here.
And Mayor Neese.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have a quorum present. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Council, please mute and turn off your video to ensure that the U.S. flag is visible. And join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We now move to approval of tonight's agenda. If there's no questions, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Okay, moved by Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, seconded by Councilmember Jacobson. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
And Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Motion passes. The agenda is approved. Our next item of business is appearances. This is an opportunity for anyone to speak to the City Council on any item. Tonight's agenda will include in-person public appearances and remote public appearances via Zoom. Individuals wishing to address the council may do so in person or by Zoom or telephone, provided they register with the City Clerk by 4 p.m. today. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be called by name. Remarks must be addressed to the council as a whole and not to individual council or staff members. As it's election season, please be reminded that state law, specifically RCW 42.17a.555, prohibits the use of city facilities for campaign-related purposes with limited exceptions. Accordingly, please do not make campaign-related comments during this time. Please speak audibly and state your name and city of residence for the record. There'll be a timer on the screen. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. When your time is ended, I'll thank you for your comments and move to the next speaker or item of business. City Clerk, please promote the first speaker.
Our first speaker tonight is Addie Smith.
Can everyone hear me?
Welcome.
Hold on 1 second, sorry. All right, sorry about that. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, welcome.
My name is Addie Smith. I want to address a comment made by one of the council members at the last council meeting. He said something about the city having a Juneteenth event. What else has the city done to inform the children and people about African-American history, which is American history? All African-Americans were not free when General Gordon Granger sailed into Galveston Bay, Texas. It was not the collective end of enslavement for African-Americans. Juneteenth is not our National Emancipation Day. Juneteenth is a story about when our enslaved ancestors were freed, quote unquote, in Texas. However, many of our ancestors were still enslaved. The proclamation only applied to rebel states: Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Texas. It left slavery untouched in Delaware, Kentucky, and Maryland. The executive order exempted states occupied by the Union, which were Tennessee, Virginia, Louisiana, and Missouri. New Jersey and Delaware didn't want to free the enslaved there, only finally doing so on January 23rd, 1866, and February 12th, 1901, respectively. These two states initially rejected the proclamation. Does the youth and people of Mercer Island really know their American history, the original sin in America? Now I've come to this council often since 2019, telling you all about the hate crimes that my daughter and I endured at the hands of whites and Asians living here on Mercer Island. This all got started because the city of Mercer Island city manager was not monitoring the application and waitlist process at all. The contract signed by the city of Mercer Island and my former employers allowed the city to extend thousands and thousands of dollars in waivers to my former employers in exchange for allowing 20% of the 209 apartments to be rented to low-income families. The apartments in the $100 million building were not being rented to low-income families. They were being rented to wealthy white people at the low-income price. And I know who they are. When I was hired, a white woman wanted to live in one of them. She didn't qualify for low-income housing. This is against federal HUD law and the multifamily tax exemption laws, which they all here ended in this city. And the city manager wasn't doing her job. That's how my former employers were able to get away with these local, state, and federal law violations. When I refused to help them violate the law, they let that white woman attack, threaten, harass, and stalk my daughter and I. Then she recruited nearly a dozen white and Asian people to help her. The police wouldn't do anything to help me. They wouldn't write one police report. This council wouldn't do anything to help us and receive my emails for months. When I went to get a protection order, Judge Marcus Naylor told me these attacks were part and parcel of the job, and this city will eventually be held accountable for what the police and this council have allowed to happen to my daughter and I. By the way, during the Jim Crow era, African Americans weren't allowed to eat vanilla ice cream except for the 4th.
All right, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker tonight is Dan Winder.
Hi, Senator Franklin.
Welcome.
Hi, just doing a technology check here first. Are we okay? Although I can do the intro while we're doing this. My name is Dan Winder, City Mercer Island.
Go ahead.
So this is concerning the fire department. And first a brief medical statement. I happen to be a physician, but then we'll talk about institutional concerns. The medical one is about survival rates, time between cardiac arrest and defibrillation. And these are some pretty well-known things by the American Heart Association. In the first minute, there can be a 90% survival. By 10 minutes, it drops to 5%. A rule of thumb is that it drops by 10% for every minute. So I did some rough estimates. Population of Mercer Island and national average, we can expect about 30 arrests per year. And so if we want to do a rough estimate, number of minutes change would be for every minute that it takes longer, we can expect 3 additional deaths per year on Mercer Island. Everything has a price, including life, but you have to pick what that price is. That was the medical comment. And then the institutional one is that I previously was living in Kirkland and it went through some annexation difficulties. I was in the non-annexed area and the fire department changed as part of that process. We were given lots of assurances that our rate of response would not decrease. However, it did. And they were unable to change that after the fact because of contract restrictions that occurred as part of the merging of 2 fire systems. And even if we are given assurances that there will be no drop in services, I have concerns that whenever you are surrendering administrative control to a larger agency, that you lose local control. Larger agencies don't have the same concerns for local values that we would have, and that we are potentially giving up things, even if we don't have them happening right away, they are potentially in the future, as happened in the area just north of Kirkland. Local control means you get to choose things the way your local community wants. And I think that is what Mercer Island would like. Otherwise, why doesn't Mercer Island merge with Bellevue? If you want to extend the analogy. That's the main points I have to make. If you have a price per life, we can do the formula.
Our next speaker, Mr. Mayor, is Catherine Winder.
I'm going to sit because I don't deal well with standing. My words are, I'm not going to stop you merging with another district. I've been around politics long enough to know that you're already going down that path. So just like with a new homeowner that's signing on to buy a new house, how I would advise them to be sure that their sale was contingent upon inspection, I'm going to give you some bullet points to make sure you do, so you don't replicate the problems that Kirkland had when they were taking over Station 34, and our response times did lower, and there were 4 years of transition time that were majorly more expensive, not less expensive. So here are the exit plan strategies that you should add to your checklist. First of all agreements should include an exit strategy if services drop lower that allowed you to return back to the status quo. 2, a return of assets should be written into those contracts so that if standards aren't kept, you can come back to the status quo. 3, make sure that agreements with unions are in place before the merger is in effect, so you're not open to lawsuits like happened with Kirkland and Bothell. Make sure that your island personnel are a percentage of existing Mercer Island citizens, so response times can in a crisis remain the same. And also, before the merger, set aside certain assets that are outside of the merger, either to go to the fire department or to the city building, such as some fire hoses, AED units, and essential things, so that in a crisis that outside of your merger agreement, that there's still safety. So what happened during the annexation with Kirkland is, even though we were told that response times would be greater and we'd be getting more responses, the fire station was closed. We were told that we'd replace. That never happened. 6 firefighters were laid off. There were a whole host of lawsuits that came out of the union. And there were huge problems with transfers of assets that were cost the city manager loads of time. They actually had to hire additional staff to manage that transition. And it was rebranding of fire trucks, being spray painted, listings, and dispatch coordination with the regional dispatch. Everything was supposed to be seamless, but it wasn't. It cost a lot more. And most thing that it'll do is our own city.
Thank you. Feel free to leave those notes with the staff in the room if you'd like.
Our last speaker tonight, Mr. Mayor, is Meredith Tall.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Neese and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Meredith Tall, and I'm a lifelong resident of Mercer Island. I'm also a board member of the Bellevue Fire Foundation, have a little more interest and insight into fire services than maybe other people have started to have. I've been watching the process to adopt a regional fire services model and feel a public discussion about the merits of Bellevue and East Side proposals has been missing. I urge you to slow down and create an opportunity for more island residents to evaluate and weigh in on both proposals and make sure we're making the best decision. Please consider the following. Proximity does matter, and a recent post to Let's Talk couldn't illustrate it better. It highlighted East Side sending its ladder truck to structure fire on April 14th. What it didn't mention, East Side arrived a full 8 minutes after 7 Bellevue units had arrived, including a ladder truck. Picture that. Bellevue units were working to extinguish the fire for a full 8 minutes while East Side's ladder truck was driving there. A fire progresses exponentially, and if unchecked, it'll progress quickly until everything is consumed. The goal is to get there and rescue people in time to make a difference for the people and the property. Do we want to rely on additional help that's coming to the island in 6 minutes or 14? The closest 2 ladder trucks to Mercer Island are both in Bellevue. If you have a fire on my block, can you confirm that if East Side is our regional partner, that we'll continue to rely on Bellevue to provide the same resources as in the past? Bellevue provides the paramedic service, ALS. Does it make sense for Mercer Island team to be in that department? Mercer Island's in a training consortium right now with Bellevue and Redmond at the Bellevue Training Center. East Side's training center is in Kent with South County units. In a comparison of the proposals, Bellevue has been accredited since 1998 and has a WSRB rating of Class 2. Both of these benefits would confer to the island. Does this matter to us? I haven't seen a rigorous debate on the merits of the 2 proposals. What exactly is on the pages and their impact? Bellevue contracts with 6 other urban cities, including Medina, Clyde Hill, and Hunts Point, which I believe are more aligned with Mercer Island's service expectations than the rural communities that East Side serves. And I believe that the Bellevue financial proposal was better. I was expecting the process of weighing the merits of each proposal to be a more open discussion when measuring the quality and cost to ensure fair treatment of each. Instead, discussions have been behind closed doors. East Side's a long way away. It makes one wonder, are you compromising on the fire service that offers the best protection for Mercer Island residents so that Mercer Island firefighters get a better employee benefit in return for their complaint going away? Please think about what happens to our lives and property when minutes and seconds matter. I shudder to think about what could happen in the event of a regional disaster. Who do we want responsible for sending us additional help? Thank you for your time. I look forward to being part of the discussion.
Thank you.
There are no further speakers tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, while I have you, I have a quick question for you. Are we moving to the study session or are we doing consent?
Study session, and then consent is after the study session.
Okay, next up on the agenda, we have a study session for AB 6290, which is the Comprehensive Plan Periodic Update, Supplemental Scope and Schedule, for which we'll welcome CPD Director Jeff Thomas. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. For the record, Jeff Thomas with CPD. Before we get started with the presentation that Adam is going to bring up here, I believe momentarily, I would like to make a few introductory comments. First, City Council will recall that it approved a resolution in March of last year, 2022, that set a scope, schedule, and public participation plan for the completion of the 2024 Comprehensive Plan Periodic Update. Staff noted at that time and several times since that several balls were still up in the air from the Washington State Legislature and by extension, the State Department of Commerce, especially with respect to House Bill 1220. After many months that have passed by, we believe that we now have all the information we need to forge ahead and complete this effort of updating the comprehensive plan. Therefore, what we're here for tonight is for staff to present to you a supplemental scope of work, which is additive in nature to the original scope that Council approved in March 2022. Therefore, all work in the original scope will be completed as approved by City Council, plus the contents of the supplemental scope of work. One important note I would like to make, this supplemental scope of work is budget neutral. Therefore, no additional funds are being requested or needed for completion of the effort. Council did appropriate funds for the overall comprehensive plan update in the fall of 21. And the city has also received grant funds from the State Department of Commerce to complete this effort. So with that, I'd like to introduce Senior Planner Adam Zach, who is going to run through about a half dozen slides or so with some additional detail regarding this supplemental scope of work. And Deputy Director Allison Mangorp is also here this evening, and she will assist in helping answer any questions that you may have. With that, Adam, go ahead and walk us through the slides.
So as Jeff mentioned, the original scope of work for the comprehensive plan update was adopted last March, March of 2022. And that update is currently underway. We've made pretty good progress on quite a bit of the plan update with the Planning Commission and the Economic Development Work Group. But there's recent statewide legislation, and that guidance from Commerce requires some additional tasks for our comp plan update. Specifically, House Bill 1220, which was adopted in 2021. This is probably the biggest change for us in terms of comprehensive plan update. And the Washington State Department of Commerce has issued some guidance on how to comply with House Bill 1220. Just as a reminder, this is the bill that requires cities to plan for housing for all economic segments of their projected growth, and then also to look at and evaluate housing policies for potentially racially disparate impacts. So Commerce has given us guidance on both of those pieces. House Bill 1110, which was adopted this year, is the middle housing bill. And the majority of the work for House Bill 1110 is really going to take place in development code amendments, but there's some minor policy changes that'll be necessary to ensure that our comprehensive plan is consistent with what changes may be coming for middle housing. And then House Bill 1337 is the accessory dwelling unit bill, which changed some of the requirements for ADUs. And this too is another one where most of the work is going to be code amendments, but during the comprehensive plan update, some minor policy amendments will also be necessary. So our supplemental scope of work is directed at the additional tasks associated with all of those. As I mentioned, the Department of Commerce has issued some guidance about complying with House Bill 1220. They've given us some direction on what steps we need to do to determine our housing capacity for all of those income segments, and what's going to be required in terms of planning for those income segments. And then the Department of Commerce has also given us some guidance on how to evaluate our housing policies and identify potential racially disparate impacts of those policies. So that all of that work will be taking place, or the tasks of the supplemental scope are really directed at doing those analyses and updating the plan accordingly. So the supplemental scope that was attached with the agenda bill would add some more tasks to our work on the comp plan update, but it wouldn't change the originally adopted scope. This doesn't amend those tasks that we've already decided to do, and it also wouldn't require any additional budget allocation, as Jeff mentioned. What we're targeting with this is to begin working on this once the supplemental scope is approved. We're planning to initiate work this month, and it'll run through February of next year. That's when the Planning Commission would take up their legislative review of the comprehensive plan update, and then we'll be working towards adoption of the comprehensive plan update by the end of June in 2024. I also should mention that I didn't mention it when I was talking about the bills earlier, but there were previous, we discussed those bills with the council at the planning session in May. So we've covered kind of what those additional tasks would look like there. Some of the key milestones from the supplemental scope of work. So as I mentioned, we would start work this month doing the analyses required by the Commerce guidance. And then we plan to wrap up that work in September or October, and then come to the council for a briefing on what came out of those analyses. And then one of the key steps in this process is in December, the council will give direction on a preferred housing alternative. So you'll consider those, the outcomes of those analyses, and then give us a direction of where you want to go. And then from there, in January of next year, we'll take that direction to the housing work group and begin reviewing the housing elements and link that back up with the overall comprehensive plan update in February, when the Planning Commission will begin their legislative review on that work. And then we're targeting the end of June for concluding the project. So now I'll turn it back over to Jeff to cover kind of the next steps and where we're going.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Council, this is our last slide. And in addition to hopefully answering any questions you may have this evening and taking any comments that you may have, the working idea here is we would wrap this study session up tonight, finalize the supplemental scope of work, and bring it back to your agenda for your meeting on July 18th, and have you approve a resolution for the supplemental scope of work. And the rubber will hit the road almost immediately thereafter. As Adam just pointed out on his high-level timeline that he provided there during the slide deck, there's a lot of work to do in a short amount of time, and we have been busy working on many other elements of the comprehensive plan to date, including the new economic development element. But this housing element is really going to bring much of the work together, and will probably be the final draft piece before the formal legislative process begins in early 2024. So with that, Mayor, we'll turn it back over to you and the council for any questions or comments that you may have. Thank you, Adam.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, Mr. Thomas, I'm very interested in the racially disparate impact language. I'm not familiar with how that phrase is generally interpreted in land use policies, but where I am familiar with it is in employment. And I assume it's similar, that it's suggesting that even if we're not intending to impact one race differently than another, if our policies result in a different impact on different races, then we have a problem. So the first question, is that true? And what's the general context of, or concept of what that means in a housing context, where if we have policies that encourage, for example, single family housing at the expense of multifamily housing, and might therefore lead to a higher priced property on the island, do we have a racially disparate impact at that point? And does that get us in trouble?
Yeah, thank you, council member. So this is fairly new to us as a result of House Bill 1220. So we've, Adam in particular, has been spending a lot of time unpacking not only the bill itself, but the guidance that's been provided by Commerce. And I'm gonna let Adam maybe give an executive summary of where we're at with our understanding of that, and what we plan to forge ahead with in the supplemental scope of work.
Sure. So there's, it is a tricky thing to analyze. I think that's the gist of the guidance from Commerce. So what they intend, or what they've directed us to do, is to take a look at some of the data around housing and how that's changed over time, and like how demographics on the island have changed over time, and then compare that with our policies from that time period. And then where those policies may be affecting some of that, that's where we would direct possibly some code amendment or some policy amendments. Essentially, the way it'll work in the scope of work is that we'll prepare a report that looks at those at the housing policies that we have currently, and then also some of that housing data, and then makes those connections as outlined in the guidance. So it probably won't be as simple as there's, you know, a policy about single family housing and that means it's an impact. There's a little bit more nuance there.
Thank you. I just encourage you to keep your eye on this. It's an area where we could make a mistake that would be unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are rowing in the same boat as all other jurisdictions in the 4-county area that are moving ahead with the 2024 updates. So I think it's fair to say we're going to learn some more along the way here, both from the state and from some of our fellow jurisdictions as well, to complete this effort and to obviously to move it forward for completion of the periodic update.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Do you know if the disparate racial impact considers all number of races, or is it confined to you know, 1 or 2 or 3?
Go ahead, Adam.
Okay. The guidance doesn't specify that we need to look at 1 or 2 or 3 races above others. It's looking at it holistically. Yeah.
Could you send me a link to the guidance from Commerce? I just be interested in seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg.
So will the study of racially disparate impacts of policy and regulation also be addressing the racially disparate impacts of the lack of policy and regulation or the lack of the enforcement thereof?
That's a good question. I think it's hard to say. So the guidance is pretty specific in that it wants us to look at policies that are enacted. I think that if as we're going through that, if something jumps out as we should enforce something more that we haven't been in the past or undertake some other work, I think that would be something that we can address during the comp plan update. But the guidance really is focused on policies that are on the books.
I would encourage us to look both inside and outside the box. If there's a place where there's a bridge missing, we shouldn't say, well, we can never get across this water. We should be thinking also about, should there be a bridge here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Tell me a little bit about the structure of the project. Before the recent spate of state regulations, we had a housing work group that was already formed, and I had couple, 3 meetings. I don't recall exactly, but several. It feels like now that the work group is being back-ended and fairly far through the process before we get involved again. Is my read on that correct? And if so, was that a conscious decision, and on what basis? And where exactly does where will you be in the process before the work group meets again? Is staff going to have the housing element already drafted at that point, or?
That's a good question. I'm not sure I would use the term back-ended to describe this. The problem statement here is when we initially set out in March of 2022, we weren't aware at that point of the requirement to accommodate the affordable housing targets that were being developed at that time as a result of House Bill 1220. So the initial vision here was to update the housing element in synthesis with all the other elements of the comprehensive plan, except for the fact that we're developing a new economic development element. But the original task that was put forward for the housing work group was much more straightforward and simple than what it's turned into over the last 15 or so months. So as we've waited on Commerce to develop guidance on House Bill 1220 specifically, the task for the housing work group has gotten much larger and much more complex, and which then resulted primarily in this supplemental scope of work being developed and brought to council as we've learned and figured out along the way what we're going to need to do to get the job done. So a larger mission at this point than what was originally set forth in March of 2022 for the housing work group and for the city in general. In terms of the process on how we're going to proceed, we've got to go do some of this background work as Adam has laid out before we can really come back to anybody to provide the report and to start making some decisions about how to move forward. The part in the presentation about the preferred housing alternative, that specifically relates to the how we're going to accommodate the affordable housing targets that we have since been assigned since March of 2022, when the original scope was approved. So we feel it's important for council to put that in motion. And then we'll work up through the housing work group, the planning commission, then ultimately back to city council with what that will look like. And council will consider that legislatively in mid 2024. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm still not sure I'm following the last specific part of my question or the answer to it. The housing work group, it shows is meeting in January. Is that the first meeting? And what will be done before then? You'll have the analysis done, from what I understand. Will a draft policy exist at that point as well? Do you have enough guidance from the housing work group to begin that drafting process already? What's the situation?
We don't have enough information at this point to formulate policies and objectives. So to answer your question directly, or that part of the question directly, the housing work group will be intimately involved at that point in crafting or amending new or amending existing policies to bring the draft housing element together.
And that process will start for us in January. Is that correct?
That process will start for the housing work group in roughly January. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, Adam, Jeff, a question for you, a little kind of crystal ball here. We've been waiting for guidance from Commerce on this for some time, and it sort of came in stages. And then this year, legislative session, a big question that we kept working on was, how will 1110 and 1337 interplay with 1220? So to the extent that you can tell us, do we feel like the guidance on 1220 is final? And how much guidance, or I guess the better question is, when do we expect guidance on the next two pieces of legislation that were passed this year? And how does that impact your schedule? I mean, I understand I'm asking an impossible question here, but I am sort of curious to what extent do you think that this guidance is, something that we can really work off of, or is this going to be something that, in 3-4 months here when other cities start, working on this as well, that we realize, hey, we've got some real conflicts here. We got to iron out in some way, and then the whole thing moves to the right again.
Yep. To answer the first part of that question, we believe at a staff level that the guidance on 1220 is about as final as it's ever going to get from Commerce. If we learn anything else from Commerce on 1220, it's likely going to be some sort of addendum or supplemental, but we're not at this point. We're prepared to forge ahead and not rely on Commerce for any additional guidance or wisdom at this point. We may learn some things here along the way as we go about our work, but we're not waiting for the phone to ring with Commerce on the other end. In regards to the other two bills, Deputy Mayor, that you pointed out, I believe there is going to be some guidance emerge from Commerce on those bills. I also believe that we as a staff group have a fairly strong understanding of those bills at this point, certainly a stronger understanding than likely many other jurisdictions, primarily as a result of that all the hours that all of us collectively put in during the legislative session. Adam and Allison and I and a few other of our planning staff have sat in, various forums and just short training sessions on all of this and heard other jurisdictions as well as, Commerce and the county speak. And it feels like a lot of the time we already know what they're saying or going to say, because of all that time that had already been put in. So yeah, we'll likely see some information emerge, but we also feel good about moving ahead and tying all this together, both at the policy level with the comp plan and then necessary code amendments that will emerge very quickly along the way with the comp plan as well.
Great, thanks.
Councilmember Weicker.
Yeah, so drafting off that crystal ball comment, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum said, Adam, thank you for all your work, and Jeff trying to navigate what we're doing and what other cities are doing, trying to figure this all out. My question is, during the next legislative session, if there's another bill that comes our way that impacts this work, how do we respond, and how might all this work just not even matter? Like, tell me what you think about that.
Well, we'll all fasten our seatbelts to start with. There is some strong suspicions out there that the Senate Bill 5466, I believe, was the number from this legislative session regarding the denser option for the town center and so forth. That we may see something like that come back. Frankly, council member, it will be very interesting to see how the legislature responds to implementation deadlines for any bill like that in the next session, given, certainly the Metro Seattle counties are all, and, cities within are all forging ahead here for the end of 24. One thing we didn't point out in our presentation, which is worth noting here for the council on record, when council approved the original scope of work back in March of 22, the deadline for King County and jurisdictions within to complete this effort was June 30th, 2024. So that's the schedule that was put forward at the time. The legislature did extend, the deadline to December 31, 2024. We have not moved our end date target. We would like to get it done as early as possible. So we're going to work as diligently as possible to meet the original June 30th deadline. For any bills that come forward, I don't see implementation dates in 2024 for those next year. So, they'll have to look at options to see, what their options are and what what the will of the majority is, right? So it's tough to predict, but it's also tough seeing new bills come out next spring with a 2024 deadline.
And rumor has it there is one, so I invite us to move that conversation to our legislative agenda setting later this fall.
Yeah, for sure.
Adam, I'll take a quick question on commerce guidance. Do you recall how they finalized the density around different AMI bands? And does most of Mercer Island's affordable housing target need to be in a certain type of density?
Good question. So the way that the guidance is structured is that they assume that a more dense units are more affordable, or are more likely to accommodate lower income targets. And the city currently, most of our capacity is in high density mixed use and multifamily, in the town center and the multifamily area around there. So it's likely that looking at the guidance, it's likely that it's not necessarily going to require whole scale changes. It's more looking at just increasing the capacity that we have.
And the reason I bring that up is that, when we look at the sheer number of affordable housing units that are ascribed in our target, I think around 1,200 or so, 1,100 are at the 50% AMI band and below. Mm-hmm. Department of Commerce had in the draft guidance a table that said if you conform to this table, it's basically your comprehensive plan will be compliant. But it suggested that it was infeasible to create these 50% AMI and below units outside of a density that was less than, apartment type densities. Yeah. Did that kind of carry through to the final guidance?
It did, yeah. And I think tied in with this, one of the things that we'll be analyzing with looking at 1110, the moderate density, the middle housing capacity that's going to add, that also will affect how that what capacity we have available for like middle income and, you know, that 50 to 80% band. So there's a lot of number crunching that's going to take place in the next 2 months to figure out where exactly we need to make those changes. But we'll have some data to back up the decision making. I think that's one of the key pieces of this is that the analysis that we're going to do in the next 2 or 3 months is going to give you data to make a solid decision about how we accommodate that, and you'll know it's based on something.
But in terms of setting the stage for how 1110 interplays with 1220 and our specific targets, there's really not a lot of potential with 1110 middle housing, you know, with incentive units in single family zones to be able to meet the targets that we have under 1220, just because the way Commerce has set up the structure of that, the density isn't there to really say that we've meaningfully deployed a strategy that's likely to produce a unit when you think of a middle housing unit. Of course, if it gets built, it would count, but in terms of a strategy to housing production, which leads me to my next question. When we think about RDI, you know, racially disparate impacts, the 1220 requirements are around housing production, right? They're not asking us to look at RDI or other aspects of the city code, you know, parks or something non-housing related. The work that you're embarking on is really around housing production. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, it's the policies of the housing element specifically. Yeah.
Okay, Council, any other questions? Going once, going twice. Well, thank you for the update, and we look forward to seeing you back July 18th.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda, we have the City Manager's report, which we will welcome City Manager Jesse Bond.
Good evening, City Council. I have my colleague Deb Estrada in another room, and she is going to drive the PowerPoint for me. There we are. Thank you so much, Deb. All right. It is Wednesday, July 5th. Go ahead to the next slide. And the one right after that. Council, this slide is a repeat, but just in case anyone is joining us this evening for the first time, I will remind you that we emergency closed City Hall at the end of April. This was due to the discovery of disturbed tiles in the boiler room and the presence of asbestos, which was later confirmed to be in a portion of the HVAC system. I will share again that we're continuing to work on abatement scenarios for the building. I plan to provide an update to the community and the council at the July 18th meeting. In the meantime, based on what I know today, it is unlikely that we will be in a position to reopen City Hall in the next several months. So I am talking with my staff team, the outside consultants, and of course the City Council about alternatives. In the meantime, our court is continuing to be held at Kirkland facilities. We have staff teams and spread out through all of our city buildings, and many teams are also working remote. So more to come on that. Looking ahead at your council meeting schedule, our next meeting is Tuesday, July 18th. We're continuing to meet in this Zoom format, given the closure of City Hall. And then council, after July 18th, we will be off for the month of August. That was something we affectionately refer to as the August recess. Here's a look at the board and commission meetings that are upcoming this Thursday, tomorrow. Actually, the Parks and Rec Commission will be meeting, and the utility board will be meeting next week. And then all of our boards and commissions also take the month of August off. We update all of our board and commission. We keep all of our board and commission calendars updated on our website, and the link is there at the bottom of your screen. Next slide. Speaking of boards and commissions, this is just a reminder, we have a vacancy on the Arts Council and our recruitments are open through August 25th. So we welcome everyone helping out to recruit applicants, and we'll be making, council, I believe you will be making that appointment provided we have applicants at your September 5th City Council meeting. Next slide. City updates. It's typical following the 4th of July holiday that I just do a quick check-in with you on the types of calls and incidents that we were responding to. So the first slide here is on fire. From July 1st until this morning, the fire department responded to 31 calls for service. 20 of those were medical and 11 calls required a response by a fire engine. As I understand, it was a mostly normal few days, ranging from automatic fire alarms, a structure fire, I suppose I should qualify that as normal, a bark fire, and one firework related kind of bush grass fire that was put out before we even got there. The image on the right is the calls that we responded to. It's a little heat map that shows intensity. Overall, it was a mostly good, mostly normal few days with fire department responses. I do want to say thanks to the fire department. It's been particularly dry. I know going into this holiday, we had some concerns, but Mercer Islanders, we thank you all for following the rules and practicing safe and sane fireworks. Next slide, please. And this is on the police side. Certainly police were busy covering not only the island, but also Lake Washington. This report is just for yesterday. Patrol responded to 22 calls for service regarding fireworks, including the bush fire that I was just referencing a moment ago. Marine Patrol was really busy. We had 2 patrol vessels out on the lake throughout the day and the evening. Lots of boaters on the lake. If you were out and about, it was really busy. Including an estimated 150 vessels in Maidenbower Bay for the evening fireworks show. So that is a Bellevue event that we support with our Marine Patrol program. We did make many stops, but no arrests. And the good news is that while some of the vessels we stopped had alcohol on board, the boat had a designated sober operator. So my thanks to both fire and police for all of their work over the busy holiday yesterday. Sorry, Deb, go ahead. This is just a little promotional plug here. It is summertime here at the community center. That's actually where I am this evening. We are really excited to welcome back many of our camps from prior summers and some new camp programs as well. In total, we have 15 different organizations offering summer camps to Mercer Island residents. Last week we had the J Camp, which is from the JCC, and Chess Wizards kicking it off. Keep an eye out in our parks for Pedalheads Camp, that's the biking camp, tennis, golf, pickleball, and frisbee. If you happen to be watching tonight, you're interested in any of those programs, I encourage you to visit our website and check out all of our offerings this summer. Speaking of busy summer, it is road maintenance time on Mercer Island. Our right-of-way team is out and about doing a lot of work. You can see them filling what looks like a very large pothole in that image. They are also working on vegetation control along our arterials. This is that time of year where it's dried out, so thankfully we're mostly out of the crazy growing season, but we have a lot of catch up to do because Mother Nature was giving us that rain, sunshine combo for quite a while there. We're also working on replacing missing pavement markings. So crews are out, we're really busy. We encourage you to give them space so that they can do their work safely. I will also add, council, I shared with you, but we are starting to experience some air quality issues related to wildfire smoke in our region. So we are taking, we take our protocols and safety very seriously, and we'll be modifying work schedules and operations in the field when we need to do so. Next slide, Deb. Right, I am really pleased to share the pictures of the completed Sunset and 77th Avenue intersection improvement project. We recently finished the power connection to the flashing crosswalk beacon. Council, you may recall that was the last item of work that took us just a little bit longer than planned. Everything is functional now, so go out, give it a test drive. We had to do some forensic work looking for the long buried electrical junction boxes. So that was actually specifically what was taking so much time, but they were located. Everything is operational, and we're really pleased that that intersection is open on time, and I'm pretty sure on budget. Thank you very much to our Public Works team for getting that project done. And I also want to give a shout out to the businesses that were impacted by this work. Thank you for supporting us and providing us great ideas. And we even made some operational changes and how that work was handled to minimize or reduce some of the impacts. So thanks to everybody. We're back open and ready to go. This is a shout out. You'll see us out in the community this summer. We are looking for your ideas for the Mercer Island Medallions project. You may recall that artist Marcia Rollinger was selected to help design these 12 bronze pieces that will be incorporated into the Luther Burbank waterfront project. That's part of the dock replacement project that will be underway next year. We're in design right now. So please share your ideas about these creative medallions, the designs that you would like to see on those medallions. We have more information on our website at the link below, and we will be out and about at our community events getting your ideas about these art medallions. Wanted to just share with you, Council, the library is extending their hours. Beginning July 16th, they will be adding 1 hour to each weekday and will be open Saturday and closed Sunday. So I think, Deb, if you click to the next slide, there we go. These are the new hours. So we wanted to make sure everyone was aware that they too are continuing to recover their hours following the pandemic. Next slide. Upcoming events. Okay, we'll go quick and then I'll wrap it up here. The Myval Junior Art Show, we encourage you to stop by the community center. We have a beautiful exhibit on display that is kindergarten through 12th grade artists here from the island. All these art pieces will be on display now through August 18th. And if you're available, we encourage you to stop by the artist reception, which is this Saturday from 12 to 2 here at the community center. And you'll have an opportunity to meet many of these young artists. And it is that time of the year again, mostly music in the park. We'll have 6 weeks of outdoor concerts at Mercerdale Park in our town center, starting Thursday, July 13th. That is next week at 6:30 p.m. We have lots of partners that help us produce this program. Our thanks to For Culture, the Mercer Island Community Fund, Island Treats, Classic Pianos, and Myvals for supporting us this year. Next slide. And it's almost here, so very, very exciting summer celebration. A week from Saturday, July 15th, we'll be at Mercerdale Park. We're really excited about the return of the parade. We'll have live music, community booths, art vendors, kids activities, and more. And of course, we want to thank all of our sponsors that are helping to make this happen. We'll be doing lots of promos for our sponsors in the coming weeks. So mark the date on your calendar if you haven't. And don't forget, while we start at Mercerdale Park for the daytime events, we conclude in the evening with a fireworks show at Luther Burbank Park. All right, some good news and we'll bring it home. I want to give a congratulations to Councilmember Wendy Weicker, who was recently re-elected to the Association of Washington Cities Board of Directors. You may not be aware, but the Association of Washington Cities is an organization that we work closely with throughout the year on a variety of municipal issues. AWC represents all of the cities in Washington State. We are really, really honored to have Councilmember Weicker representing us again on the AWC board. So congratulations, Wendy, and thank you for your service. And finally, a shout out and congratulations to our 2023 graduating CERT class. CERT stands for Community Emergency Response Team. We had over 20 community members participate in the training this year, which is a 7-week commitment where they learn a whole range of responsibilities, including fire extinguishers, basic search and rescue, and more. And I want to remind the council and the community that it's these very community members that come forward during times of emergency to support city operations. So we're just really excited to have 20 more people with CERT training under their belts. We also want to say thank you to everyone that helped teach and serve as evaluators through the course, including Pat Hackett, Bob Gilbert, Bob Tukulsker. I'm so sorry, Bob, I do that every time. Commander Seifert, Sergeant Schroeder, Fire Marshal Hicks, Detective Berrigan, Police Recruit Peoples, and retired officer Jennifer Franklin. Congratulations, everyone, on your certification. And thank you. That concludes my report for this evening.
Excellent. Thank you. And a big shout out to Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum and Councilmember Jacobson, who joined me on June 30th, I think it was, for Officer Jennifer Franklin's retirement function, where there was over 100 folks, many from out of state or out of the region, that came in to thank her for her huge, long career contributing to emergency management, while building emergency management in Mercer Island. So that was great to see. Okay, next up on the agenda, we have the consent agenda, which contains AB 6292, June 16, 2023 payroll certification, certification of claims for June 16 and 23, 2023, and certification of electronic funds transfers for May 2023, revised City Council meeting minutes of June 20 special hybrid meeting, AB 6293 Parks and Recreation Month Proclamation number 312, AB 6295 Basin 40 Cured in Place Pipe Sewer Lining Project, Phase 2 bid award, AB 6296 2022 Arterial and Residential Street Overlays Project closeout, and AB 6297 2022 street-related utility improvements and project closeout. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Jacobson, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Councilmember Andral,
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, motion passes. Our first item of regular business is AB 6291 Town Center Parking Study Draft Report and Early Actions Implementation Update, for which we welcome CIP Project Manager Sarah Bluvis and MIPD Commander Mike Seifert. Welcome.
Thanks, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Let me just share my screen really quickly. Okay, can I get a thumbs up that you can see our presentation? Terrific, thank you. For the record, I'm Sarah Bluvis, CIP Project Manager, and I'm joined by Mike Seifert, our Operations Commander for MIPD, and we're here to provide an update on the Town Center Parking Study. So tonight we're going to walk through some of the impacts from the Washington State Legislative Session. Then we'll go through some updates on our implementation of early actions, and we'll close out with a recommended action and next steps. Tonight, our goal is to not only provide an update, but hopefully seek your approval to restart the process to approve and adopt the 2022 Town Center Parking Study Report. Just a reminder about our project timeline. So back in March, we paused the project while we awaited the outcomes of the state legislative session, which ended in April. And we are here today to give you the update and hopefully resume the report review. I know you all have talked about the legislative session a lot over the last several meetings, so this will be a kind of quick recap. We were watching a few different bills from the House and the Senate that were working their way through the legislature. You talked a little bit about HB 1110 earlier during the study session. This was one of the bills that passed, and this is that new legislation that mandates new missing middle housing density in single family neighborhoods. And it also prohibits parking minimums for any new housing that's developed within a quarter-mile walking distance of the future light rail. We feel that this bill will have minimal impacts on the outcomes of the town center's parking study report, in part because it applies primarily to new housing density in single family neighborhoods. But we do know that if new density is built, it would likely push people who need to park their cars into the town center zone, especially if the new housing does not require parking minimums. So we're going to continue to watch that one. HB 1042 also passed. This is another one that limits our ability to impose parking requirements specifically for any additional housing that may be added to existing commercial or mixed use buildings. So like 1110, with no new parking potentially developed as an outcome of these new housing units, it might push folks to seek other parking options in town center if their units are not offering dedicated parking spaces. HB 1293 also passed, and this one requires a code update that will limit the design review of residential development. This is important because currently our parking program is part of our current design review process. Parking stall quantities and their design are reviewed by the Design Commission during that process. So that is also going to be needed to be updated as a result of this legislation passing. And then the final one, SB 5466, failed, although you also talked about this a bit earlier tonight. We anticipate that this one will return in the future, so staff will continue to monitor its impacts and make sure that any future code updates and work that results from the town center parking study report aligns with any future legislation. So when we review the outcomes of these various bills, while they may have impacts in the future, staff feel that they don't necessarily impact our ability to move forward with adopting the town center parking study report. So that will be our recommendation tonight, is to move forward with that work. On to early actions implementation. So back in March, the council directed staff to return with a plan for implementing a few early actions, and they're here on your screen. Updating parking counts, observing ADA parking usage, evaluating and modifying parking citation fees, improving wayfinding to public parking in our parking garages in town center, observing bicycle usage, and phasing in conversion to 2-hour parking limits, which is a key recommendation out of the report. So I'm going to talk about some progress for some of these and next steps. First, our 2023 parking count. So this relates both to updating our general parking count inventory as well as beginning to monitor more closely ADA parking usage. We completed 2023 counts in June. We worked with IDAX, which is a data collection firm that we use for many of our transportation data collection needs. And IDAX also was the consulting firm, or the firm that conducted our counts in 2022. So our 23 counts are building on those original ones from last year. We also included the Mercer Island Park and Ride, the North Mercer restricted parking district north of I-90, as well as on-street ADA parking. So we'll be back later this year. We just received the data a couple of weeks ago and we're still analyzing it. So we need a little more time before we come back with that. But I thought I would share a piece of data that I thought was quite interesting related to the park and ride counts. We found that the highest occupancy was observed at 12 p.m. on Thursday, June 8th. The park and ride was seen as being 67% full. So never reached beyond that 85% threshold that we talked about throughout the process of the study as being a kind of key metric for evaluating new parking options and congestion. So we also did a survey of regional parking citation fees to start working on evaluating and modifying our citation fees. So you can see some of that data on your screen, and you can see that we are pretty significantly lower in our citation fees than other cities around us, save maybe Redmond. The average that we found, not including Mercer Island, was a little under $50, and our current citation fee is $20. So we likely have some work that we can do to adjust our fees to better serve our community and also better serve our enforcement needs. One interesting thing to note, so our fees reverted to the statewide standard in 2022 following an audit by the Administrative Office of the Courts. So the AOC found that we actually didn't have documentation for our $30 citation fee. So we reverted to the $20 fee, and we're going to be working with the municipal court staff later this summer and fall to start developing and evaluating proposals for adjusting those fees. So more to come on this one as well. And then we've also started developing some new wayfinding tools specifically for the public parking garages in town center. So you can see one of our new maps on your screen that our GIS team created. This is a map that shows all the time limits and public parking opportunities in the town center garages located primarily on the north end of town center. We also are working on a map that shows both these parking garages, which offer free public parking, and all of our on-street parking. Of course, these have, a disclaimer that these maps are meant to be a guide. They don't necessarily guarantee ability to find parking in those garages or time limits. And we still ask community members to still check the signage that's posted on site before they park. But this will hopefully be another step closer to helping community members figure out where parking is available in town center. We're working on reviewing these resources, and hopefully we'll be distributing them later this summer through the city website, through local businesses, the Chamber of Commerce, and other channels. And we're also working on exploring options for adding consistent signage on site at the parking garages. I think everyone knows that our parking garages don't really have uniform signage either on the garages themselves or directional signage to get folks there. So we'll be working with property managers and owners to evaluate what they currently use and figure out if there are some ways we can to start temporarily deploy probably A-frames with consistent signage that will help community members find the garages. And so the last two early actions, monitoring bicycle usage and phasing in the 2-hour time limits, are not as far along as our other actions so far. So for bicycle usage, we have been working with the right-of-way and engineering staff to review locations for unused bike racks. We have 2 bike racks that allow, I think, 6 to 8 bikes each to park within them. So we'll hopefully be placing those around town center and key locations later this summer or early in the fall. We had started working on some other work related to bicycle usage, but with staff transitions and particularly in the sustainability analyst role, that work was put on hold. So once a new sustainability analyst is hired, we'll get back to that because they're a key partner in identifying locations and also monitoring bicycle usage. And then for the parking limits, that really requires additional analysis of our new parking data. So our hope is that by early 2024, we'll be able to return with a plan for phasing in those 2-hour parking limits, particularly looking at different trends to find key congestion areas that would be smart to start with that process.
The Councilmember Reynolds has a question for you, Sarah.
Yeah.
So I'd just like to confirm I understand. You mentioned 2 bike racks. Does that mean we're adding 2 bike racks to the town center, or we only have 2 and we're considering moving them around?
Those are 2 additional bike racks that are not being used right now. So we're
just in storage somewhere or something?
Yep. Yes, up at the public workshop currently.
So how do you decide where a bike rack needs to go, since almost by definition there won't be people parking there right now if there's not a bike rack?
Well, that's part of where the bicycle usage piece comes in too. So I think we have some ideas about where heavy use is, and also where, you know, folks want to be in town center. City Manager Bond mentioned the completion of the crosswalk improvements up at 77th and Sunset during her report. And that's actually a great project because it extends the bicycle lanes along 77th. So I think it would be a great addition to add some bike lanes around that area, or bike racks at that area. We also have, you know, bike racks already at Mercerdale Park. There's some bicycle parking at the Boyd building. So we'll just be looking for other locations where we know people are going, and hopefully start trying out some different locations. They are movable, so, you know, we'll monitor it. And if we need to, we'll make adjustments.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this is my last slide, our recommended action and next steps. So as I mentioned before, the outcomes of the legislative session are at least minimal on our ability to resume the work on finalizing and adopting the town center parking study report. So tonight we recommend that council resume that work so that we can adopt the town center parking study report by the end of 2023. If this recommendation is accepted, staff will finalize the draft report and publish it on Let's Talk by the end of this month. And there's the link to our project page on Let's Talk. And the community will also have the opportunity to review and comment on the draft through mid-September. And then we'll be back in September to hold a public hearing and collect more feedback. So I'm going to stop sharing there, and I welcome any other questions or comments.
Let me quickly ask about the map that you showed with the 2 and the 3 hour public parking. I might have my recollection wrong, but I thought that those were subject to like an on-site shopping and then you could walk off type criteria.
Some of them, correct. So some of the parking garages do require on-site shopping or business, you know, stopping at a restaurant. Some of them do not at all. So that's part of the reason that disclaimer is on there. Because each garage has a little bit of a different approach to that, we can't include it all, but we will, you know, I'm imagining we'll set up a new webpage on the website that includes more information that people can go to. And then I'll also be working with our communications manager to identify some other ways to push the information out to help educate folks.
Okay, but why can't we include it? If there's only 5 or 6 garages and we permitted the construction of those buildings and they provided that benefit as a contingent of the permitting, like don't we have that information more readily than the public would ever have it?
We do, and I think it's more from a design perspective on the map. So that's also something that I can work with GIS to adjust to make sure that the information is clear and easy to find.
Yeah, in terms of your comment about A-frames and using A-frames to direct people to public parking, didn't we have some discussions around A-frames in town center when we talked about sign code, and maybe there's some discussion about that was kind of high clutter and maybe people didn't really pay attention to A-frames?
Yes, I do remember that conversation. I think that perhaps a hope would be so I'll use an example. A couple of the parking garages, the Hadley and the Aviara, currently have individual businesses that have set out their own A-frames saying, you know, 2-hour parking located here and directional signage. So the idea would be to work with those property managers and those businesses to condense all of that. So rather than 2-hour parking to Orange Theory, it would be 2-hour public parking available here and some information about, you know, the business logos or something like that are on there. So this would also just be a temporary solution while we work kind of on more long-term solutions for the wayfinding and navigation piece.
I was just coming here to say that, Mayor Neese, as we look at quick wins, we're looking at trying to get some consistent branding so our community begins to pick up the signage for public parking and the use of things like A-frames. While we would want to use them limited, it would be in the interim before we considered a permanent signage program.
If we considered it all just a big green P in the middle of the road pointing to the project, and like on the pavement? Is that something that we've looked at?
I can't say that's something that we've looked at specifically yet, but I think all those ideas are certainly on the table.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, I may have missed this, but if so, could you humor me? I believe you described phasing in the 2-hour parking requirement. And I understand the need to give a little bit of notice, but why do we need to phase it in? Why don't we just do it once we make, give people a month's notice?
That's a good question. I think part of the issue with phasing in the 2-hour parking limit across town center is the question of the town center parking permit program, because we do use several on-street parking spaces for that program. There are recommendations as outcomes of the study related to that program. We still need to do a little bit more work in determining kind of the long-term fate of that program. So I think it can likely be something that can happen, relatively in once with motion for a bunch of different spaces in town center, but it does rely on figuring out what happens with the town center permit program as well.
I understand there may be limits associated with spaces that are with the permits, but for all other areas, I would encourage you to take an aggressive approach as is practical to switch to the 2-hour parking.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Weicker.
So speaking of enforcement, how are we don't we have police cameras to help enforce parking to go along with the fee increase for people who stay longer than the 2 and 3 hours? Can you talk a little bit about what the enforcement plans might be?
Good evening, Council. Mike Seifert, the Operations Commander for the Police Department. And enforcement overall with parking has some complications. We currently have one vehicle that's set up to use the automatic license plate reader cameras. We are working on integrating the other 2 ALPR vehicles into the parking system, but there's been some complications along the way. One of the recommendations the police department would make would be if we do go to a model where it is just a set 2-hour parking, some sort of pay as you park, that would allow for much more efficient enforcement as opposed to current practices of chalking tires or having to have a vehicle marked by the ALPRs and then marked again later after violating the time limit. So getting a more singular system where it's one system that says this vehicle is parked legally or is not parked legally would really assist with making sure that we have consistent.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Couple of questions. Number one, how many permits do we have, or how many parking permits are currently issued?
So our permits are issued on a biannual basis, and I would need to double check the number. At the last time I looked, we had issued, I think, about 300 permits for 2023. Prior to that, I would say prior to the pandemic, we were issuing 400 to 500 permits. It definitely went down during the pandemic, but it has started going back up.
Do those permits permit 24-hour a day parking?
So those permits allow community members who are permit holders to park in designated areas from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the morning. So there are several locations of on-street parking in town center that are marked as permit required from 7 to 9. After 9 a.m., those spaces are open for anyone. And if I remember correctly, they are unrestricted after that 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Maybe I can ask one of the things that we had talked about when we implemented the pay by phone was the permit passes there was no capacity by the vendor to sell those and integrate them with the pay by phone. Is that something they've solved at this point?
And Meredith, I can speak to that as well. I just found out recently that we were looking to be able to do that. The current pay-by-phone contract that we have, they have not given me a straight answer as if they can integrate that, but it seems like they're on the verge of being able to. There are other vendors that we're also looking at that may be able to meet our current permit requirements.
That's great. That's great to hear. Okay, council, any other questions? If not, may I have a motion to resume the process to finalize and adopt the town center parking study report by the end of 2023?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Weicker. Any discussion? Not seeing any. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson. I couldn't hear you, Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
And Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, motion passes. Thank you, Sarah and Mike. All right, does anybody need a break before our last item of regular business? Nope, not seeing any. All right, our next item of regular business is AB 6307, interlocal agreement with Eastside Fire and Rescue for regional fire and emergency medical services. The City of Mercer Island would like to thank both the City of Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue for submitting excellent and thorough proposals and for continually being available for clarification and follow-up from city staff during the review process. The city thanks both entities for their strong working relationship and is committed to maintaining those relationships into the future. And for our AB, we welcome City Manager Jesse Bond.
Good evening again, City Council. Before I dive in, Councilmember Jacobson, you have your hand up, but I believe that was for the last item. So I just wanted to, he's already ready. Okay. Council, I will be joined this evening by a number of staff as questions arise. So I will introduce them as they come on screen. Robbie Cunningham Adams, who's an analyst in the city manager's office. There he is. Thanks, Robbie. Will be driving the PowerPoint for me this evening. Let's go ahead and do that, Robbie. Almost there. There we go. Thank you. All right, this is Agenda Bill 6307, City Council. This is the interlocal agreement with Eastside Fire and Rescue for regional fire and emergency medical services. Next slide, please. Council, for my presentation this evening, I will walk through the background information. We will talk a little bit about regionalization, and the regionalization slides are repeated from prior presentations, so I will go pretty quickly. I'll walk through my city manager's recommendation to you and also hit just a few of the highlights of the interlocal agreement, but certainly not all of them. We would be happy to answer your questions about the interlocal agreement when I am done. So let's go ahead and dive in. I'll ask the mayor to watch for hands or questions if there are any. Just as a reminder for anyone just joining us tonight to the April 4th City Council meeting, the City Council authorized me to seek proposals from the City of Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue for fire and emergency medical services on Mercer Island. We issued an RFP shortly after that meeting, and we did receive timely responses from both the City of Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue. Next slide. In early May at the council meeting, May 2nd council meeting, the council created a regional fire service proposal review ad hoc committee. That's a lot of words. I think we'll just call it the ad hoc committee to assist me with reviewing and evaluating the proposals that we received. We met several times over the month of May and really received some valuable feedback, input, and questions, which helped inform our presentation to the City Council in June. So June 6th, the staff provided an overview to you on the regional fire services proposal. We covered a lot of ground at that meeting, and we also included an initial financial analysis. And I should have added to these slides, as this process has been underway, we've been engaging with the community. We stood up a Let's Talk page, and we're pushing out regular communications to support all of these actions and encourage people to get involved in our meetings and discussions. Next slide. At our last city council meeting on June 20th, council, as you know, we met in an executive session, and the purpose of that executive session was to talk about collective bargaining and potential litigation. We have acknowledged that that discussion related to the adoption of a regional fire model. I know that some people have expressed frustration that we were in an executive session and we came out and passed a motion. So we're here tonight actually to talk a little bit more about the recommendation. But after that executive session, I just wanted to confirm that you returned to the open portion of the meeting and you passed a motion directing me to begin negotiating an agreement with Eastside Fire and Rescue. And that evening, recognizing that we had been in a closed session, the community would like more information about the reason for that recommendation. You also directed me to return with an agenda bill presenting the city manager's recommendation, which I'm pleased to do so tonight. Next slide. So those were all of the milestone and key dates, just as a reflection. I want to go back and before we dive into the recommendation, again, these are slides that you've seen versions of previously. I think it's important just to ground us in the why are we having this conversation, ground us in that framework. So next slide, please. Council, as a reminder, we currently operate 2 fire stations on Mercer Island, 91 and 92. Under a regional fire services model, both fire stations remain open and meet or exceed today's staffing levels. Next slide. We currently staff 29 firefighters. This is including firefighters, lieutenants, battalion chiefs, and a fire marshal. We have 7 on duty. So we have 1 battalion chief between the 2 stations, a lieutenant at each station, and 2 firefighters at each station. We also have a full-time fire marshal. Our interim fire chief and interim deputy fire chief positions are currently filled through an interlocal agreement with Eastside Fire and Rescue that's been in place for almost 3 years now. We also have a part-time administrative assistant that splits her time between fire and HR. So why regionalize? Again, these are the slides you've seen previously. I'll remind you that firefighting is evolving, originally created to respond to fires. Now our firefighters and our firefighter teams are responding to a range of needs, including medical, hazmat, special rescue, and one of our newest programs, mobile integrated health. Collaborations regionally allow for enhanced fire and emergency medical services. They provide the potential for specialty services that would not normally be available to a small department like Mercer Island. We believe it's more cohesive, efficient, and certainly cost-effective. Next slide. You've also seen this slide before. I will just say quickly that the city of Mercer Island is one of the few remaining standalone fire departments in our region. Many others have already moved to a regional services model, including cities like Edmonds, Woodinville, Linwood, and Tukwila. And if we look at the map on the next slide, you will see what that looks like in the Puget Sound region. I will just point out, and I don't have the mouse here, but on the map, Mercer Island is in hot pink, and Eastside Fire and Rescue is in that kind of lavender purple. To the east, also up north. Thank you, Robbie. Okay, next slide. Under a regional fire services model, it's important to remember that the leadership of that agency will oversee the operations here on Mercer Island. So with, in this case, the fire chief of Eastside Fire and Rescue reporting directly to the city manager. I've already noted that the Eastside Fire and Rescue fire chief has been serving in an interim role since 2020. And as a reminder, council, it was on my work plan this year to address interim fire leadership, as we had recognized it was not a sustainable solution long-term. It was never intended to be permanent. So that kicked off an opportunity to explore our fire services model before permanent decisions were made about those senior leadership positions in the fire department. Next slide, please. Regional fire services model staffing. Under a regional fire services model, our Mercer Island staff would transition to a regional fire agency. Internal services that support the fire department traditionally would also be largely provided under the regional fire agency. Council, I bolded this section because when we started this process, it was our intent to secure employment for all fire department personnel. And I am pleased to say, although we have not concluded bargaining with our local union, that is still very much our intent. Speaking of bargaining, impacts of the transition on fire personnel are being bargained with the Mercer Island local currently, and I'll say more about that in just a moment. This was from an earlier slide. I will mention that we had acknowledged early in the process that our staffing models did not align perfectly in terms of the ranks as compared to either Bellevue or Eastside, so we did anticipate some changes in making this transition, and that will all result in promotional opportunities for our current workforce. More on that in just a moment. One more slide here on regional fire service models. I will just remind you that under this model, which will include an interlocal agreement, also known as a contract, the city establishes the service levels and ensures that fire services continue to meet or exceed our established service levels. This is an agreement for services. We heard public comment earlier about a merger. This is not a merger. This is a contract for services. The fire department continues to respond to emergencies, inspections, and support all of the other events and programs that they are doing now, so none of that changes. And I've said this many, many times over the course of this process, but I understand it can still be a little bit confusing. Both fire stations remain open and staffed at current service levels or potentially exceeding current service levels. Okay, next slide. A few comments on mutual aid and regional coordination, and Council, I'm happy to answer questions that you might have on this specifically in a moment. All fire departments and actually all police departments, everyone in public safety works together throughout the county, throughout the Tri-County region. And I have to say right now during wildfire season, throughout the state and even country, that is just the nature of public safety. We operate Mercer Island under a regional coordination framework through King County, which, formally aligns resources and allows us to share personnel, equipment, and information. It's been mentioned many times, and certainly tonight as well, that we do not have a ladder truck. So regional fire agencies provide the service to Mercer Island when needed. We have an interlocal agreement for marine patrol services with the city of Bellevue that describes the exchange of services. For marine patrol services, we get other services back from Bellevue. We also provide support to nearby agencies. I was mentioning this earlier. So it's not just Mercer Island receiving support. We also go off island quite a bit to Bellevue, Newcastle, even further east. And more commonly, we go west, Seattle. We support the needs of the I-90 bridge. We also train with our surrounding agencies to ensure that our services align no matter where we are in the county or in the state for that matter. Next slide. My recommendation to you tonight, and Council, this was in your agenda packet, so I'm not going to read everything word for word, but I will go through a handful of slides here. My recommendation is to pursue an interlocal agreement with Eastside Fire and Rescue. Eastside operates as a government nonprofit, and they have a single line of business, which is fire and emergency response services. They are represented they are essentially a consortium of many other smaller sized cities and towns. They have a shared governance model. Their board includes representatives from member cities and regional fire districts. So, providing a diverse array of stakeholders who govern Eastside Fire and Rescue operations. Under this interlocal agreement, Mercer Island will be contracting for services. We would not be a member, but there is a section of the interlocal that would allow for that to happen should circumstances present themselves where that is something that both entities would like to consider. Next slide. Eastside Fire and Rescue has been around for a long time. They're a proven effective agency, particularly in their shared governance model, resource sharing. We have already been successfully partnering with Eastside Fire, both for fire department leadership, and we also have, this may not be known to everyone, a longtime interlocal agreement for apparatus repair. That's for our fire trucks and aid cars, and maintenance of that equipment as well. One of the things that we were really focused on in considering regionalization of fire was making sure that our staff had opportunities and that this is something that they supported. The East Side staffing model provides, same as we have today, 7 on-island fire staff members. This includes the preservation of an on-island station battalion chief. Also, as I mentioned a moment ago, the ranks are just a little bit different when you're comparing Mercer Island ranks to the East Side ranks. And so this opportunity also provides 11 promotional opportunities for our Mercer Island firefighters. We are in a very competitive job market. Council, I've certainly had an opportunity to talk to you about that quite a bit. We experienced some turnover, as did many others in the last couple of years, and that includes an impact on our fire department. We have lost firefighters to competing fire agencies who are larger, who have higher pay, benefits, and career opportunities. We're excited about the opportunity to regionalize. It provides higher pay for our firefighters, and it really strengthens our ability to attract and retain talented employees that will stick around and be part of Eastside Fire and Rescue and therefore Mercer Island. And that really has the effect of stabilizing fire services on Mercer Island. Next slide. All right, okay. Sorry. Did I skip a slide there, Robbie? Sorry, my screen froze for a minute.
Sorry, yeah, this is next slide. It's on the same topic though.
There we go. Nope, sorry. That was on my end. We also want to acknowledge that of the opportunities we looked at and comparing the standalone to the Bellevue proposal and the Eastside Fire and Rescue proposal, Eastside Fire and Rescue did provide the highest level of total compensation of the 3 options considered, while also continuing to provide cost efficiencies and savings to the city. Eastside has demonstrated their ability to negotiate high quality and equitable collective bargaining agreements in a regular fashion and typically in multi-year agreements. This is beneficial to us as an agency that is contracting and also provides certainty for the employees. Next slide. Council, although we didn't bring back the full spreadsheet that we shared at the last meeting, I'll just remind you that our initial staff analysis suggests an estimated savings of about $260,000 a year through a regional model with Eastside compared to our estimated costing a standalone Mercer Island Fire Department. We anticipate savings will be realized through shared leadership, economies of scale, things like managing our apparatus, equipment, things like that, more efficient shift scheduling. We also anticipate there may be some additional savings as we work through, this is the last bullet on this slide, things like insurance premiums as our transition work continues. We anticipate workload reductions on the side of the city will be realized for internal staff teams that support the fire department in a variety of ways. This is potential cost savings in legal services and a reduction in some functions of payroll and benefits management. As you can also imagine, some of our other internal teams will see a workload reduction like finance, HR, customer service, legal, IT, GIS, fleet, and facilities. Certainly that will all be sorted out as we work through a 6-month transition period. Next slide, please. Training, I talked about this just a moment ago. Eastside Fire and Rescue is one of 15 King County fire agencies. Sorry, there are 21, including Seattle, that train under the South King County Training Consortium. And I just want to remind you that Seattle is a part of this, and we work a lot with Seattle. Being part of this consortium, it is going to provide for really top tier consistent training, as all 15 agencies receive the exact same training by a professional full-time training staff. There's a pretty considerable opportunity for training on a large array of equipment and across more specialties compared to what we're doing right now, including working alongside the many technicians that work across the East Side and in the South County network. We are currently part of the East Metro Training Group. And by the way, these boundaries, these training groups, they feel very prescriptive, but I will share in practice that we cross-train with everyone. We just did a training up at the Microsoft campus on a mass casualty drill. I can't remember everyone that was involved with that, but it certainly went beyond just our normal training group. Also important to mention, and council, this wasn't, at least I don't think it was part of our initial analysis, but there will be some modest savings in training through a different group. As a reminder, new hires to firefighting go through an academy training process prior to joining us and working in the field. We're currently paying about $18,000 per recruit for training, which is in addition to the base fees for training. Under the South King County Consortium, they have dedicated training officers, meaning that $18,000 per recruit cost will no longer apply. Eastside Fire and Rescue is really uniquely positioned with access to training and other resources for technical and specialized resource response for our firefighters serving here on Mercer Island, which translates to a direct benefit to the Mercer Island community. Eastside's membership with the Eastside Hazardous Materials Consortium will also provide new training for firefighters working here on Mercer Island. And the Eastside Hazmat team will be prepared to support us with any unique needs we have related to hazardous materials. I don't know why that was such a tongue twister, but there you go. We're also proud to say that Eastside is a leader of wildland forest firefighting responses in Western Washington, and we will also benefit from that resource and that training. Although sadly, we are already in our forest fire season. I think one of the questions that I've received most since we started this process is, what will change? All the wonderful programs and services that our fire department provides through school visits, attending things like summer celebration, and standby aid cars at the football games. Will that continue? And the answer is yes, it will under this agreement. Also, council, I want to call out a program that is still pretty new to us. The Mobile Integrated Health Program will also continue to be led by the city's Youth and Family Services Department with support from firefighters serving Mercer Island. The city of Mercer Island, I'll talk just a moment here about bargaining. Our firefighters are organized under the International Association of Firefighters Local 1762. We've been meeting with our local leadership members over the past 2 months to bargain the impacts of fire employees transitioning to another agency. And although our conversations have been very productive and positive, and we appreciate the time and energy that the local has put into bargaining the impacts, we have not reached agreement on the terms of impact bargaining yet. We will continue to work in good faith to resolve these outstanding issues. Okay, moving on now, I want to present to you the draft interlocal agreement. Council, I will just share that I have not included in this slide deck every single aspect of the ILA, but we're happy to answer questions that you might have. The relationship between the City of Mercer Island and Eastside Fire and Rescue for regional fire services is governed by an interlocal agreement. That's a document that we use to execute contractual relationships between government entities, or in this case, a government consortium. The proposed ILA term is 10 years with an implementation date of January 1st, 2024. So it's just a little over 6 months from now. During that 6-month period, we would be working on a whole series of transition items. Next slide, please. The ILAs, I already noted, it established the service levels and type of services to be provided by Eastside Fire and Rescue to the Mercer Island community. Again, we've met our goal in the RFP of meeting or exceeding current service levels. The ILA also describes our annual fees, the timing of payment, the method for annual adjustments to charges, and it definitely contemplates the very complicated topics of ownership, maintenance, replacement of apparatus, vehicles, equipment, and facilities, although almost everything in that category also requires some additional work during the transition period. Next slide. As a reminder, June 6th, when we were in front of you, we did provide an overview of the financial analysis. It was quite detailed. Again, we didn't bring that spreadsheet with us tonight, but it did describe our estimated 2024 costs under this agreement of just a little over $8 million and an estimated one-time transition cost of $1.2 million. That $1.2 million is related specifically to the vacation and sick leave liability that will transition from us to Eastside for all of our firefighters. Next steps. And again, I promised you that would be short, but I'm sure there are some other things in the ILA you'd like to talk about. Upon approval of resolution number 1645, which is in your packet, and the approval of the resolution approves the interlocal agreement, which is Exhibit A. Once the Mercer Island City Council approves that, I want to remind you that the Eastside Fire and Rescue Board will also need to review, consider, and approve the interlocal agreement, which I believe they are set to take up at their next board meeting. And I think that's July 13th. Once the interlocal agreement is approved by both parties, as I've already noted, we have transition work that will commence. Will take us a good 6 or 7 months prior to implementation. Next slide. One of the questions that's come up is what are the costs of the one-time transition payments? Again, as I already noted, that one-time transition payments transfers the leave liability, the vacation leave, and accrued sick leave of our firefighters from Mercer Island to Eastside Fire and Rescue. We will not know the final amount until the very end of the year, December 31st. So we'll complete a final reconciliation in January so that we can finalize that transition and the payment plan, which is broken up into 3 payments. We also acknowledge, and this was in your agenda bill, City Council, that with an agreement like this and a contract for services, there may be a need for additional agreements to address matters that were not sufficiently covered in the interlocal agreement. The ILA and the resolution grants me authority to work through those items, but requires me to return to council if there are changes to financiers or something else that would require council consideration. I am committing to keeping you regularly updated on the transition process, as I recognize there's a lot of moving parts for this. I too want to take a moment to say thank you to the City of Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue. It was really an honor working with your staff teams on the proposals. We had a lot of back and forth questions. We spent a lot of time in meetings. We appreciate the opportunity to better understand your proposal, your services, and really truly to get to know all of our colleagues in the other 2 agencies. So we thank you for the strong working relationship we have, and we look forward to maintaining those relationships with both the City of Bellevue and Eastside Fire and Rescue going forward. With that, Council, this is the last slide. This is the proposed motion for this evening to adopt resolution number 1645, approving the interlocal agreement with Eastside Fire and Rescue. And with that, we will stop screen sharing and we'd be happy to take questions.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
I don't have a question at this point, but Jesse, I just wanted to thank you and your entire staff team for the work that you put in on this. I think it's very thorough. I can't imagine getting this much work done in the amount of time that you did with the level of professionalism and thoroughness. So kudos to everyone to you and everyone on your team, and thank you very much. And looks like a lot of their hands are up, so I'll let that happen.
Okay, Councilmember Weicker.
Yeah, Jesse, thank you and the team in both agencies for all that great work in the last several months. And I wonder if you could just speak to what the transition looks like for our firefighters in the months ahead before January 1.
Sure. Something specific, Councilmember Weicker, I think I've already mentioned that we are still in the midst of bargaining with our local. I am optimistic that we've done a lot of really good work and that we will conclude that bargaining hopefully soon. We would also endeavor to keep lines of communication open between us and our staff, and certainly Eastside Fire and Rescue welcoming new team members to their organization to ensure this is as smooth as possible. There will be training and lots of other transition items that I'm probably woefully understating at this time. But if you have anything specific that I didn't cover, I'd be happy to cover that for you.
Good. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, so the Mercer Island Fire Department does excellent work, and we currently, as residents of Mercer Island, enjoy a WSRB rating of 3, which is among the highest in Washington State. So what is our exit strategy in case the level of service does drop after this merger, or this contract, excuse me?
Is your question related to just the exit strategy in general or to the WSRB rating?
My question is, what is our exit strategy in case the level of service drops?
We're contracting under the interlocal agreement. We have a specified level of service, Councilmember Weidenberg. So the interlocal agreement calls for dispute resolution. Should we find ourselves in a position that the terms of this interlocal agreement are not being met, that is how we would work to resolve that.
So it sounds like we don't have an exit strategy for going back to Mercer Island. Our strategy is to keep working with Eastside Fire and Rescue and try to get level of service back.
You want me to answer that question, or is that a comment?
I'm asking if essentially you're saying that we would just work with Eastside Fire and Rescue to try and fix things rather than having an exit strategy to go back to Mercer Island.
Yeah, I come to you this evening with great confidence in the work that myself and my staff have done. I stand behind the terms of the interlocal agreement that I've presented to you this evening. We've had a strong working relationship with Eastside Fire and Rescue for 3 years or more. I presume that will continue. I believe the ILA outlines sufficient provisions that we would address cooperatively, constructively, any issues that arise. I believe that this is being presented to you as a long-term agreement, not with a plan to immediately return to Mercer Island services, and I would be completely shocked if we found ourselves in a position of needing to do that.
Councilmember Weinberg, is that sufficient for you?
No, but I think she's answered my question.
Very good. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, first I want to thank the city manager. I was very impressed you were able to negotiate this agreement this quickly. And in general, I think, while I'm still opposed to the concept, I think the agreement is pretty good. I do have a couple of questions, though. For now, I'll just ask one, which is in some ways a follow-up to what Councilmember Weinberg just asked about. Section 3 of the ILA is represented as defining the levels of service. And as I read that section, it seems to me that it defines things like level of staffing and services provided. But it doesn't seem to define levels of service in ways that I might think a fire department might be measured in, which previously has been reported to the council, such as mean response time to get onto the scene of a fire or a medical emergency, or level of training that is provided to firefighters and so forth. What are your thoughts on what level of service means to you, given that response time, which seems to me to be a key one, is not in the agreement? Or is it there and I've missed it?
You're correct. Response times are not in the agreement, Councilmember Reynolds. It's my expectation that considering we are maintaining the exact same staffing model we have today, with the exception of some changes in ranks, both fire stations remaining open in their current locations and the same equipment, that you will see response times remain the same. That's certainly data that I would be evaluating under this interlocal agreement. If we're seeing something changing in data, that would certainly warrant a conversation and follow up with Eastside Fire and Rescue to restore those services. Although I want to be on record in saying that I do not believe those circumstances will present themselves.
Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember Reynolds?
I'll put my hand up for a different question, but not a follow-up to that one.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Yes, my understanding is that the transition payment of $1.2 million or whatever it is simply represents liabilities that we have to our existing firefighters, which in effect we're going to fund at this point in time, or put that's not correct. Put Eastside Fire and Rescue in funds to be able to honor those commitments. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, Councilmember Jacobson, those are liabilities that we currently have on the books. That is leave, both a combination of vacation and sick leave that our current employees have accrued. The one-time payment to Eastside Fire and Rescue is based on a formula that they've established. I don't have it at my fingertips right now, that would transfer that liability. So essentially the full value, 100% of the vacation liability, and what's equivalent of a 50% of that sick leave liability to Eastside Fire and Rescue. Eastside Fire and Rescue is the employer, so they will be responsible for that liability going forward.
And this, our liability to our retired firefighters under Left 1, it continues to be our responsibility. We have reserves to meet that obligation. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we're getting into something that I didn't go over in the presentation, but our current team members in the fire department are under the Left 2 retirement system. The city will continue to have liability and obligations to our retired firefighters under the Left 1 retirement system, and that will stay with us. That's correct, what you said.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick stab. I had the privilege of talking to some Eastside Fire representatives over the term of our interim fire management agreement to talk about how they onboard cities and how they view, report and track and improve levels of service for cities that they take on under contract. Do we have anyone here tonight that can kind of recount that same kind of a story that I've been told by Eastside Fire as to how they do that onboarding?
I had invited our interim fire chief to join us wearing his Mercer Island hat. If the council would like, I would be happy to have interim fire chief Ben Lane answer that question, or I can follow up after the meeting. Do you have a preference, Mayor Neese?
I'd love to hear it. I thought it was quite remarkable to hear how they did that.
Sure, Ben, if you're here in the Zoom planet, there he is. City Council, I have largely had a firewall between myself and interim fire chief Ben Lane as we work through this process. I wanted him to be here tonight as many of the questions that you've shared with me in the recent weeks have to do with operational details. So I feel that he's the best expert, but he can also answer the question about onboarding.
Excellent.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Can you just restate the question so that I have it correctly?
Yeah, so I can't remember which administrative official was talking to me about this, but it was one of the contract cities. And it was a city that's similar to Mercer Island where we have metrics, as service seconds or minutes per call type thing. And how that city was onboarded and that metric was set as a goal. And then the goal was pushed, a stretch goal, how to drive those times down. I just wanted to maybe hear from your perspective to address the earlier comment about the ILA being silent to call out times or this metric or that metric, how Eastside Fire kind of approaches a continuous process of improvement around that type of stuff.
Okay, understood. Yeah, so annually, Eastside Fire and Rescue, we do what's called a standards of cover evaluation. And so, and those standards are set by our governing board around units arriving on scene and then a full complement of a first alarm assignment. One of the things that we pay close attention to is station reliability. And if we have a station that drops below a 90% reliability, that triggers a follow-up conversation with the respective governing body. So for example, on Mercer Island, an assessment that Eastside Fire and Rescue would be able to do would be able to provide you what your annual station reliability is for stations 91 and 92. I'm confident those are both above 90%, and we would report out annually on your standards of cover, meaning how quick crews are arriving on scene and how long it takes for a full complement of resources to arrive on scene to address the specific incident. And at any point, a station is nearing the 90% reliability, we would make an assessment on the potential of adding additional resources. I don't believe Mercer Island would ever be in a position to need additional fire stations, but there may come a time based off of population and call requirements that you might be best served by adding additional resources. We believe in providing that information well in advance so it allows for planning. As noted by City Manager Bond, the City Council and the City leadership set the level of service. And so Eastside Fire and Rescue staff will provide examples and or suggestions, but the ultimate authority of increasing those services at the sole discretion of City leadership.
Excellent, thank you. Councilmember Weicker.
Yeah, thanks. So Jesse, given the public comment today and a couple of conversations I've had in the last couple of weeks, can you just state unequivocally that fire stations 91 and 92 will stay operational?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, question for the city manager. First, thanks for your patience with putting together detailed responses to the massive number of questions that Councilmember Weinberg, Mayor Neese, and I put forward. I'd like to circle back to question 23 on that document. And for the benefit of those people that either in council or on the session that won't have access to it or might not, broadly, that question was about responsibility for building maintenance and repair and replacement. And I want to make sure that I understand your answer, because you seem to be suggesting that who's responsible for repairing those buildings if something should happen is still a matter to be negotiated. Am I understanding that correctly? Because that seems like a pretty fundamental thing for a fairly major cost that should be defined in advance in the agreement.
It is the responsibility of the city to handle the capital costs related to the fire stations. That's no different than that is today. What I'm specifically pointing to in my response to that question is the city has not completed a facilities condition assessment for any of our buildings. And had we done so, we would have had a completed asset list, systems list, and life cycle analysis for all the components of that building. Something simple like the roof was replaced in this year and it should be replaced in this year. That work is actually underway on several of our other buildings. We've just retained Northwest Studios and their entire team to complete conditions assessments on several buildings. The fire stations are in pretty good order, comparatively speaking. So they were not included in that scope. My recommendation is to add them to the scope of work to complete the facilities conditions assessment, and then we can better identify what those capital project management costs would entail. It was never assumed, Councilmember Reynolds, that under this agreement, Eastside would take full responsibility for the replacement of our building systems and our assets. We do pay a modest sum annually to them for capital maintenance, but replacement is an entirely different thing. I believe in the long term, there will be efficiencies realized through getting our facilities conditions assessment done, getting that asset replacement schedule confirmed, and then negotiating with Eastside as to how we can best manage these fire stations. For example, when Eastside is doing an equipment upgrade, or let's say a locker room project across their entire organization, that might be the time that's most efficient to do the work at our stations as well. But until we do that life cycle analysis and we both have a better understanding of the replacement schedule and the costs, it really wasn't practical to negotiate the deliverables on that at this time.
So does that mean, do I hear you to be saying that for something like a roof replacement, the example you gave, your expectation is that would be the city's responsibility as it is now?
As it is now.
But there would be smaller tasks, repainting a bathroom, for example, that would probably be covered by the $30,000 fee. Is that correct?
That's correct. So let's use that roof example for just a moment. Let's assume that our roof only has a year left. It would be pretty impractical and not reasonable for Eastside Fire and Rescue to enter into this agreement and then take on a full roof replacement. But had we had that information, maybe we could have negotiated a share or something. So yes, it is my assumption that $30,000 will go directly back into our buildings under an agreed upon facilities maintenance capital repair approach, and that we will look out to this facilities conditions assessment work to better define the long range plan for those two buildings.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jacobson.
I have to unmute myself here. I've seen a number of people on social media and heard a number of people have asked the question, what is this unfair labor practice assertion by our local union in connection with our bargaining? And I know there's some limits on what we can talk about bargaining, but could you shed a little bit of light on that?
Sure. And Councilmember Jacobson, I appreciate the phone call earlier so that I had time to prepare that response. It is unfortunate that that showed up in social media because I think it really doesn't include the context for what is happening. Council, we typically handle discussions on something like that related to bargaining in a closed session. But here's what I will share for you all and the community, just so that there's an understanding of what that referenced. Several months ago, our fire union filed with the Public Employment Relations Commission an unfair labor practice, asserting that we, the city, committed an unfair labor practice by refusing to bargain over the decision to close our fire department and join a regional fire service provider. This happened, just for context, it was 2 or 3 months ago now. Our approach has been to deny that charge because we did not believe there was a duty to bargain this decision, and because at that time no decision had been made. I think it's important to note that, and really important to note that despite this disagreement with the union about the bargaining obligations, the city and the union, we've been together for a couple of months at the bargaining table, we agreed to meet. And we've been bargaining in good faith over the city's decision and the impacts of that decision. We have met many times and many hours, and I feel really confident that those discussions were productive and positive, even though we did not have a signed deal yet. Here's what I can share, Councilmember Jacobson, and I'm going to be a little limited in my comments. I hope you can appreciate that. The union has said that it supports joining Eastside Fire and Rescue. It has also said the parties have a tentative agreement on nearly all of the impacts of that transition. But the union bargaining team has not been available for the last couple of weeks. As you can imagine, scheduling all of these players is a little bit complicated and has not yet responded to our proposal to conclude a deal. I believe, and Council, I want you to hear me say this, that the issues that remain are outside of our control, the few issues that remain, we are waiting for the union to clarify, what remains to be resolved. I believe the union, the scheduling conflicts we were dealing with the union and travel and vacation are hopefully behind us. And I am optimistic that we will hear back from the union very soon.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions, Council? Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, sorry.
Yeah, just a little tricky given that Ben is here wearing his interim fire chief hat. So Jesse, maybe I'll ask you this question. You can decide what the best way to answer it is. But, one question I've gotten from the community is why is Mercer Island attractive to Eastside? What do we bring, to their operations?
Ben, you're staring right at me on the screen. Would you like to take a pass at that? It seems odd for me to speak for you on that.
Sure, I would be happy to. I'll use the example of our recent contract for service with Woodinville, and we got some of the similar questions. One, it's really important to know that Eastside Fire and Rescue is not an organization that goes out and seeks and pounds on the door of a neighboring organization to say, hey, join Eastside Fire and Rescue. We do believe in a regional service model. We believe that there's a lot of efficiencies that gained working together. And something specifically that came to Eastside with our recent contract for services with Woodinville was you bring in a fresh new perspective, entirely new workforce. They come with different experiences and backgrounds and approaches, different ways of doing things. So they help enhance and challenge our status quo. So we've incorporated a lot of what Woodinville was doing previously, both in the operational and administrative side, to help improve Eastside Fire and Rescue. So I look at it from the sense of you take the best of both organizations and you're better together in the future. So from a Mercer Island perspective, the same thing. We're going to bring in potentially 29 new employees into Eastside Fire and Rescue. It provides 2 additional work locations for personnel who might be attracted to working on that specific area and engage and establish new community relationships. And I also think it brings in a much increased morale across the entire workforce. As an organization grows and you bring in opportunities, it's not just for the incoming organization, it's also for the current organization. So in short, joining together from a perspective of the workforce and those opportunities, I think that it's a very positive thing. From a business perspective, when you can align things together, there's cost efficiencies and operational efficiencies that are gained on both sides.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. While you're here, Chief Blaine, I might ask you a quick question about ALS and BLS. There was some public comment earlier about response times, and I'm not sure that everybody in the public understands how we fund ALS, Advanced Life Support, through a county levy and deliver that kind of a countywide delivery model, and that our BLS, our local medic or local EMTs are in Station 91 and 92. I was wondering if you could just level set that for the public a little bit.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So in King County, we have the benefit of a tiered emergency medical approach. And that tier it's a 2-tiered system. BLS as in basic life support. So on Mercer Island, all of your firefighters are trained to the BLS standard. They're certified EMTs under King County, as throughout Eastside Fire and Rescue's entire service area. That is funded through the county levy, the EMS King County Medical Levy, and it also funds ALS services. ALS services are strategically deployed under a county-wide system. So if you take regional fire service and you transition it to how you deploy ALS, Advanced Life Support Medical Services, that's how the county approaches this regional system. So using the neighboring city of Bellevue. They are one of 3 ALS providers in Zone 1. However, Eastside Fire and Rescue has 12 stations. In 2 of those stations, we house a Bellevue medic unit. That simply means that the employees work directly for the city of Bellevue. However, they're underneath the ALS umbrella of the King County Medic System. And those units are placed in locations based off of calls for service so that they can arrive on scene in the appropriate time adopted by the county. So the goal is to quickly get BLS services on scene. So that happens on the island. And more often than not, the nearest advanced life support unit is coming from off island, from likely the Bellevue Fire Department, from Station 2 or Bellevue Medic 1. And sometimes we could get automatic or mutual aid from the city of Seattle or from further south from King County Medic 1 in the Zone 3 area. But in King County, there is a tiered system to how we apply BLS and ALS services.
Excellent. And so it's safe to say that Mercer Island staying local, going to Bellevue, or choosing Eastside Fire and Rescue has no impact on the ALS, the Medic 1 component of that delivery. It is going to continue to operate just as it does today.
That is correct.
And of course, the BLS component stays the same as it is. All Mercer Island firefighters that become under the banner of Eastside Fire and Rescue also continue to have that standard of BLS certification.
That is correct. That's a condition of employment for Eastside Fire and Rescue.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I'm ready to move on to comments rather than questions. So just wanted to take a place in line. I'm not sure if we're at that point yet.
Okay, are there any more questions from council? All right, floor is yours.
I just wanted to recap some reasons I've talked about before for opposing this with a slightly different spin based on some new information. While I like the agreement, it's a lot better than I feared that it would be. I still think my basic concerns remain. I don't think this is going to save us money in the long run. I think that when the city manager acknowledged tonight that there will be higher pay for the firefighters. We know where we have an administrative fee to pay to Eastside Fire and Rescue. And the proposal from Eastside Fire showed that they anticipate about 1/3 of the firefighters getting promotions, which is going to lead to higher pay as well. There's some offsetting cost savings, of course, but I think on balance, it looks to me like it's going to be a higher cost. The second issue is one of control. The city manager made a very useful point tonight when she referred to the fact that Eastside Fire and Rescue has a shared governance model. I admire them for that. It's a great structure. But the problem is we don't share. We're going to be contracting them. We will not have a seat at the table in the governance of Eastside Fire and Rescue. And with that mode, we are, instead of going from what might be full control of a fire department to at least partial control of a fire department, we're going to a level of essentially no control of a fire department. And I believe that fire services are a core service the city provides, and it would be a shame to lose control of that. The third issue is one of safety. In researching this topic, I went back and read some academic research on, I couldn't find any on firefighters, but I read some academic research on airline safety. And it showed that one of the greatest predictors of safety records of flight crews is how long and how often the co-pilot and pilot have flown together. It's because they know each other, they know how they work, they know how to compensate for each other's weaknesses, and they make a safer crew when they've flown together. In the structure that we're talking about now, we'll be in a situation where once a year, our staff's going to change around. Many of the firefighters almost inevitably will not have fought fires together with the ones that are stationed together now. And we're going to have at any given time, especially right after this shift rotation, a number of firefighters on staff who probably have not worked in the Mercer Island station and may not know the island as well. And I think both those factors are going to contribute to decreased safety on the island. And we know from Dr. Winder who made a comment this evening that there are 30 cardiac arrests on the island about in a year, and that every minute increase in response time results in a 10% decrease of survival probability. So that could mean 3 extra deaths each year if we're just a minute slower on the service to a house call. And when you've got people stationed in the stations that don't know each other, may not have been down a particular street, maybe relying on a GPS to figure out how to get there, maybe don't know where the back entrance is to an apartment building, I think it's quite conceivable to me that we could see a minute delay or more in the arriving on site to provide services, which is one of the reasons I asked tonight about level of service standards. It doesn't seem like we have a way to measure that. And well, I guess we may be able to measure how that's going forward, but there's no contractual commitment for it. That scares me. And so I can't in good conscience support this.
Very good. Councilmember Weicker.
If Lisa doesn't have a question, I'm prepared to make a motion.
The floor is yours.
Fantastic. I move to adopt resolution number 1645, approving the interlocal agreement with Eastside Fire and Rescue.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Weicker, seconded by Councilmember Jacobson. Do you want to speak to the motion at all?
I do, yeah, and all due respect, Craig, I think public safety is our number one priority as a community and in this city, and our residents are relying on us to do the right thing by our firefighters and by our community safety standards. And I think this work, and I think our partnership, and I think the opportunity to regionalize, to give everyone the opportunity for cross-training and the opportunity for organizational efficiency and effectiveness don't justify your concerns. So I'm fully supportive of all the work that's gone into this over the years, and think we're going to do right by our staff and our community by joining with Regional Fire Authority.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with Wendy. With all due respect, Craig, I think your safety concerns are manufactured. I don't think you have any evidence that there will be these problems. And I think what we all need to understand and recognize is we constantly have new employees on the island. If this regional model helps us attract and retain people in a way that is better than we currently have, then I think it only enhances the safety. We'll have better longevity with employees because it's a more desirable department to work in. And I mean, to suggest that East Side will allow, firefighters who are not adequately trained on the geography of the island to staff the island, I just don't think there's any basis for that. I don't see that the regional fire services entity that is East Side would support that. So I do think it's a little irresponsible to be kind of stoking fear about things where there's no hard evidence. And so I'm for that reason, I don't think that there is a concern, and I'm very supportive of this.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
I share the views of my colleagues, Wendy Weicker and Lisa Anderl. I'd also say that in this life, you don't often get to test drive things. We've test driven the leadership that this resolution contemplates the last 3 years. And whether it was Jeff Clark or currently Ben, the level of response and interest in what goes on has been markedly greater. And I see this as buying into a better organization than we would have, because we'd have to replace a fire chief and a deputy fire chief if we stayed the same, because Eastside Fire and Rescue's deal with us is not forever. And if you think that there's some dislocations that would take place, believe me, those would be big dislocations. They'd be expensive dislocations as well. And I see this as improving the safety on Mercer Island. And I'm confident that that will be the case. You'll recall about 3 years ago, we had a consultant look at how we did things on Mercer Island. And his conclusion, correct or not, I don't know, was that our response times were as good as they're going to get because our geography is screwy on this island. There's not much north or south. There are three things. There are about 3 east-west arterials, and that's it. And when I see and hear the level of training that Eastside Fire and Rescue brings to the table that we're unable to bring to the table, and we would be unable to bring it were we to continue with the present plan, I'm encouraged. This is a good step forward. And I commend the city manager for all the hard work that she's done to make this happen.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yep, so I'm going to be voting in opposition to this motion. There has not been any convincing evidence presented that this new arrangement will either maintain or increase safety of Mercer Island residents. There is considerable risk, however, that the change will reduce safety. There are three primary ways in which the risk will be is currently surfacing. And one is that as Mercer Island's fire department staff will become members of the larger Eastside Fire and Rescue workforce, any member of Eastside's workforce can request to be assigned to work on Mercer Island. So any on-island staff who thereby rotate onto the island will have decreased familiarity with our streets, topography, or buildings. And nobody's mentioned yet that we have a lot of people that call 911 on a frequent basis, and really knowing who those people are and what their conditions are means that even if you get to the front door at the exact same amount of time as it took before, the time to treatment is going to be a lot shorter if you know the people that are there. And a lot of these new folks coming onto the island won't know the people. Also in section 6.2 of the current draft of the interlocal agreement, we're giving the city manager authority to reduce staffing, specifically eliminating the right to eliminate the fire marshal position without consulting city council. Very concerned about that. Also in section 3.3 of the current draft of the interlocal agreement, where it still contains a clause allowing Eastside to reduce staff, quote, temporarily, unquote, but does not define what temporary is and doesn't put a time limit on how long it can reassign Mercer Island fire personnel elsewhere off the island. In addition to the risks about safety, this draft of the interlocal agreement contains no convincing evidence that this change will save us money. On the contrary, with the $1.2 million upfront transition cost, there is convincing evidence that this is going to actually cost islanders considerably more in the short term. And the 1.2 million one-time cost means that we start off 1.2 million in the hole. But this ILA is essentially counting on annual operating costs under Eastside being lower than staying on Mercer Island and staying lower over the long term so that we can eventually make up that $1.2 million cost loss. The problem is, if you look at the annual cost of living adjustments or COLAs over the last 5 years, you'll see that Eastside's COLAs have been slightly higher than Mercer Island's. In fact, in 2021, it was almost 3 percentage points higher. 3 percentage points of $8 million, that's $240,000, which is almost completely eliminating the $260,000 of savings that we're trying to get. So if inflation continues to rise and there's another year like 2021, we'll never fully recover this $1.2 million payments that we make to Eastside as part of the transition. And frankly, I don't think a bet against inflation in this day and age is a wise investment of the public trust. So I have some other concerns about the financial elements of this interlocal agreement, such as this use of the term fully burdened rate without defining what that is. And also not having a discussion or identification of who will pay for the implementation, operation, and maintenance of the necessary data system integrations that needs to be called out in the contract. I'm also concerned that there's no exit strategy, as we just heard a few moments ago in the discussion. In case, despite everyone's best intentions, I do believe everyone has the best intentions here. If despite all that, we don't get the level of service, and if there's a significant drop, we need an exit strategy in order to come back to the level of service people have enjoyed. So to sum up, I'm not convinced that outsourcing the fire department maintains our safety for Mercer Island residents, and it would cost, I'm not convinced that it would cost us any less in the long term, and I encourage my colleagues to vote against it.
Thank you, Councilmember Reynolds.
It's just a couple of things in response to comments that were just made by Councilmember Randall and Jacobson. First, Councilmember Randall suggested that there was no evidence for the assertions that I was making. I just wanted to offer, after this meeting is over, if she or any other members of the council would like to see it, I'll be happy to share the links to the articles in peer-reviewed journals that do research on this particular topic. There's actually quite a lot of evidence and data analysis associated with this. Secondly, several members of the council made the point that there are advantages to cross-training with Eastside Fire and other regional fire agencies. Absolutely, totally agree with that. But the cross-training occurs now. This is not something we pick up as a notable benefit for purposes of this agreement. From what I understand, it means cross-training with Eastside Fire staff rather than cross-training with Bellevue Fire staff as we do now, but it's not a creation of materially more cross savings. And in particular, back to the level of service comments, level of service is influenced by many things and could be measured many ways. One could certainly be number of homes that burn down or people that die after they've been served by the fire department. But I recognize that those are difficult things to measure and might be subject to random fluctuation that are nobody's fault. But there are things you can measure, like going door to door, the time to travel, the time to get to the patient, the amount of training that the firefighters receive. There's no commitment in this agreement for how much training they will get, how many hours per year they will get. When we lose control of the fire department, we lose control to decide that answer and how much training we want to get. Eastside Fire appears to be a very professional organization. I have the utmost respect for Chief Lane and all the people that serve for him. But make no mistake, we're abdicating control of those decisions to somebody that is not subject to the will of the council, not subject to the will of the city manager, not subject to the will of the voters of Mercer Island. And I think that's a darn shame.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, thank you. Listen, I'm not one who normally makes a lot of prepared remarks in these meetings, but I want to make sure that my thoughts on this topic are clearly laid out for anyone in our community who might be watching or reading about this decision. So I'll ask the council to bear with me here for a couple of minutes. I intend to support this motion, and I'll lay out a few reasons why. First, I want to thank the staff for their work on this significant project. Building the RFP and then dissecting the responses to deliver a thoughtful recommendation to the council was no easy task. And I applaud them for the work that has gone into this. This work included a multitude of moving parts, including complex bargaining with a large number of unknown as well as changing factors. I also appreciate the efforts that have gone into presenting this information on our process to our community through a variety of channels, from our weekly email newsletter, Let's Talk, Instagram, Facebook, etc., as well as the individual email correspondence and conversations with our residents. I intend to vote for this motion tonight, and I would encourage my colleagues to do the same because I believe partnering with EFR will bring significant benefits to our residents, our firefighters, and our city government. As someone who has spent most of their career in Homeland Security, the safety of our residents is a top priority for me, and any reduction in safety is a non-starter in my mind. Collaborating with EFR positions Mercer Island to deliver stronger, safer, and more sustainable fire services for our residents, schools, community institutions, and businesses, while providing consistent leadership and more growth opportunities for our firefighters. Our existing staffing model will not change, including an on-island battalion chief. It will, however, be enhanced because of the specialty and training opportunities for EFR personnel that a standalone Mercer Island Fire Department simply cannot provide. This lack of opportunity has impacted our firefighters. 7 of the most recent fire personnel who have left for other departments. The staffing model for EFR allows 11 promotional opportunities for my firefighters, along with significant new training opportunities, which are win-wins for our residents and firefighters alike. We've heard concerns that firefighters employed by EFR won't know Mercer Island. Just the other day, I saw 2 aid cars race by my street to get to Islanders who needed their help. Neither said Mercer Island on the side. I can assure you that those waiting for those emergency responders didn't care about the city organization on the uniform. They wanted the highest trained response to get there quickly. Technology and response apparatuses allow responders to quickly navigate the best and quickest path to provide assistance. As part of our current response agreements, MIFD firefighters respond to off-island emergencies, and we welcome other agencies onto Mercer Island. In my 4 years on the council, I cannot remember a complaint from a resident when the responding agency was housed elsewhere. Our residents have high expectations for our emergency services, and this collaboration will allow our city to continue to provide this level of service sustainably. Being a small but full-service city is a challenge, and we should always look for efficient ways to improve the quality of services delivered. Collaboration with EFR is one of those ways. I'm proud of the work that the council has done to modernize the operations of our truly full-service government on Mercer Island. This partnership represents an opportunity to continue this work while we're improving safety, strengthening regional cooperation with the efficiency of scale that comes with that collaboration, and likely saving some financial resources. I'm confident that our staff will see this through to the best of their ability and keep us apprised as the process moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Randall.
Yeah, thanks to Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum for very well said. summary of why this is a good idea. I do want to just point out that we just earlier had a very, very clear presentation from the city manager that the $1.2 million transition fee is not a new obligation. It is the payment out of a current city obligation. So this is not new money. It's something the city is responsible for anyway. And so to characterize this as, an expensive fee to transfer our fire services is, I think, a complete mischaracterization, and I don't want that unrebutted on the record. Otherwise, yeah, kudos to Deputy Mayor for very well said remarks.
Councilmember Reynolds, is that old hand or did I skip you? Or did you leave it up?
It is an old hand, but I would like to respond to that comment when I have a moment.
Go for it.
I'd just like to point out, yes, part of that money is to fund obligations we already have, but part of it is to fund other things as well that are new costs. Things like a standardization of equipment, new uniforms, et cetera. I don't recall the breakdown offhand, but it is not, at least some of it is new money and additional cost.
Councilmember Weinberg.
So I would like
Councilmember Reynolds.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
So in order to ensure Mercer Island residents that there are no loopholes in this contract enabling the reduction of on-island, on-duty firefighter staffing, I move to amend the current motion that we amend the first sentence of the interlocal agreement, section 3.3, to use the preposition at instead of the preposition to. So it's very clear that the firefighters will be positioned on the island.
Second.
You want to speak to the motion, or did you just speak to the motion in your motion?
Thanks. So this is a technicality, but in section 3.3 of the Fire Services ILA, I do believe that Eastside has the intent to have their people located on the island and not located somewhere else, but assigned to the island. I think they have the right intent. I want to make sure that that's actually reflected in the wording, though, by getting rid of the word to and staying at, so that it's very clear to the public that the people are still staying here and will be on the island.
All right, if I might just zoom out a little bit. Council members submitted their questions in writing. There were 22 pages of questions and answers that came back regarding these items that were brought up. The genesis of the 11 amendments that you emailed just now that you intend to make are all coming from this Q&A matrix and have a city response to each and every one of them. In terms of those responses, I didn't see anything substantive. Even the ones that had an issue that even I raised, it could go either way, but the change was not necessary. So I'm going to ask you, if you want to make 11 amendments, would you be willing to just make all 11 amendments in one motion? Because I believe we're going to be here for quite some time going through all 11. Does that work for you?
I've made one motion and it's been seconded. That's what we're discussing.
I'm asking you a question. If you would.
I've already answered. I said no.
I'm sorry?
I answered your question. I said no.
Yeah, I didn't hear the answer. Okay. Council, any discussion before I call the roll? Not seeing any discussion. City Clerk, do you have that first motion?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Andron.
Nay.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
No.
Councilmember Weicker.
Nay.
2-5.
Okay, motion fails. Another amendment, Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes, please. In order to ensure the Mercer Island residents that there are no loopholes in this contract enabling the reduction of on-island, on-duty firefighter staffing, I move that we eliminate the last sentence of interlocal agreement section 3.3.
Second.
Any discussion?
Ted, which one of your questions in this matrix can you tell us what this corresponds to so it's easier to track the staff responses?
Yeah, of course. Section 3.3 in the.
I think he means in the matrix, the number. Right. If you look at the matrix, each question is numbered.
Like the last one was number 9, I think.
I'm looking at the matrix to help you out on this. So I'm currently talking about question number 9, which is on page 4 of the matrix. Wait, hold on.
I think my question 4 also addresses it.
I believe there's a typo in my motion. I apologize for that. I believe it is the last sentence in section 6.2 that I wish to eliminate. Let me double check and make sure that I got that right. My apologies, folks.
I believe it's the last sentence of section 3.3. When we sorted the matrix, we sorted by section, not by section number, just because we were short on time. Section 3.3 is referenced both in item number 4 of your Q&A matrix, a question posed by Councilmember Reynolds, and item number 10, a question posed by Councilmember Weinberg.
Okay, so I've looked at my notes here, and the motion number 2 that I want to propose involves eliminating the last sentence of section 6.2, in which it gives the city manager the right to eliminate the fire marshal position.
Can we have the city clerk read the motion that's on the floor, please?
The motion that I captured and that was sent over was to eliminate the last sentence of the ILA section 3.3.
Right, so the modification I'm suggesting is to replace the numbers 3.3 with 6.2.
I will accept that change.
This is number 28 in the Q&A matrix.
Thank you.
To eliminate that entire section?
To eliminate the last sentence. The last sentence reads, if the employee filling the position of fire marshal as of the commencement date of this agreement transfers to East Side as the marshal and later vacates the position for any reason, Mercer Island and East Side agreed to evaluate Mercer Island's need for a fire marshal, and the Mercer Island city manager shall have final approval of changes made, if any, to the position of fire marshal. That's a long sentence, but essentially it means that this is the city council's last chance to have a say in any changes or elimination of the fire marshal position.
City clerk, do you have that?
Can I have a clarifying question here?
Yeah.
Do I have an out of date ILA? 3.3 doesn't have that language in it as far as I can tell.
You're correct. I apologize. In the draft of the motion that I originally sent out, I forgot to change the last 3 characters of the motion to say 6.2 instead of 3.3. We're talking about section 6.2. It's on page 20 of the ILA.
Well, okay, yeah. So we've now spent like 10 minutes just figuring that out. So.
Okay, City Clerk, can you please read the motion that you have with this?
The motion I have is to eliminate the last sentence of the ILA section 6.2.
Okay, is that your motion, Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Is that your friendly amendment, Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Okay, is there any further discussion? All right, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Weicker?
Nay.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Aye.
Mayor Neese?
Nay.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Yay.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum?
Nope.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Androl?
Nay.
5-2. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Okay, I have another motion to amend in order to ensure Mercer Island residents that there are no loopholes in this contract enabling the reduction of on-island, on-duty firefighter staffing. I move that we amend the second sentence of ILA section 3.9 to read, further, the parties acknowledge that the exhibits in this agreement may be modified by the city manager without further action by the city council, Mercer Island City Council, provided the city manager shall report all modifications to the city council as soon as practical following the modification, and provided further that no modifications shall be made without city council pre-approval where the modification results in a decrease in staffing or an increase in excess of budget authority. Essentially, my addition to that was just 5 words. That was already a very long sentence.
Your second?
Yes, second.
Okay. City Clerk, did you capture that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Council, any questions? I saw a hand. Looks like it went down. Okay.
I had a question.
Yeah, I see.
Yes, this one strikes me as particularly important. When we've been talking about safety, one of the key ingredients here was staffing level. And while I have great respect for the city manager, I believe any changes in the level of staffing are a sufficiently important matter that they should come back to the council before they're acted upon.
Okay, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Neese?
Nay.
Councilmember Weicker?
Nay.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum?
Nope.
Councilmember Andral?
Nay.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Aye.
2 to 5. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that's Councilmember Jacobson.
I move the previous question.
Okay, call the question. City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, call the question requires a second.
There's a second?
Oh, I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Jacobson, seconded by Councilmember Andral. Please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum?
Nope.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Nay.
Mayor Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Andral?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Nay.
Call the question fails 4 to 3.
Okay, Councilmember Weinberg.
In order to ensure that there are no loopholes in the contract enabling the inclusion of expenses related or unrelated to personnel, in the personnel costs, I move that we change the second sentence of ILA section 4.3.b.I from actual personnel costs shall include the fully burdened rate based on actual wages, including overtime and benefits paid and accrued during the year. 2, actual personnel costs shall be equal to actual wages, overtime, and benefits paid during the year.
Second.
I'll second that one, but I'd like to propose a friendly amendment, if I may do that.
Up to the motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to propose that where he says benefits paid, it should say benefits paid or accrued.
I will accept the amendment.
Okay, City Clerk, can you read back the motion that you have?
Yes, I have the motion as to change the second sentence of ILA section 4.3.B.I from actual personnel costs shall include the fully burdened rate based on actual wages, including overtime and benefits paid and accrued during the year. 2, actual personnel costs shall be equal to actual wages, overtime and benefits paid or accrued during the year.
Okay.
I would like to speak to the motion, if I may.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Just like to note that I commend Councilmember Weinberg for bringing this up. It's a matter to save money for the city, potentially so. The term fully burdened is not defined in the ILA anywhere that I've seen. And in some context, fully burdened could be determined to include things like allocations of overhead of the department or something like that. and those costs are covered elsewhere. I don't want to double dip and be forced to pay for them twice. So I think this adds clarity that is appropriate and necessary to save us money.
Okay. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jacobson,
Yay.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum,
No.
Councilmember Weicker,
Nay.
Councilmember Andral,
Nay.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
and Mayor Neese.
Nay.
Fails 2-5. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Weinberg.
In order to ensure that Mercer Island residents don't end up footing the bill for potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars on integrating IT systems, I move that we add a new section to the ILA as follows. Section 5.12, as part of taking ownership of all computer systems, Eastside shall fund, implement, and maintain all necessary information technology data systems integrations resulting from this ILA.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to the motion beyond that, Councilmember Weinberg?
Well, mainly, this is something that I do every day. The city of Seattle, in terms of monitoring a portfolio of IT projects and helping to estimate the effort involved in IT projects, and the largest piece of costs in many projects tends to be the data integration pieces. I see that the ILA does contain topics saying that the computers are moving, that the MDCs are moving, that the computer systems are moving, et cetera. But it doesn't talk about for the integrations that might be necessary with other systems that are not moving, such as our asset management system or our other systems within the city, of who is going to actually own the design and development and implementation, and then the maintenance of that over time as systems and operating systems underneath them change. I think it's important to call that out, as if we're saying all the IT systems are going to Eastside Fire and Rescue, that the ownership of these data integrations goes with it.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Is there a number associated with this? It would make it a whole lot easier to follow what's being verbally proposed. Is there a number on the question and answer?
This is not in the matrix, is it, Councilmember Weinberg? Because this was not a question that you posed ahead of time.
It was. It's question 50.
But the language of the motion is not in the matrix, right?
So in your inbox, Councilmember Jacobson, there is a copy of the document that I'm reading this from. I'm reading it word for word from there. So, and this is item number 5 in the document that I sent you.
Well, I didn't receive any documents from you, and it seems to me this is a 5.5, late attempt to last minute something. So I'll move under Rule of Procedure 5.5 that we strike this motion.
The no surprise rule?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule that. We'll allow the motion. Okay. Any discussion? City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Nay.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Nay.
Councilmember Weicker.
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Nope.
Councilmember Jacobson.
No.
2-5. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Weinberg.
All right. In order to ensure Mercer Island residents that there are no loopholes in this contract enabling the reduction of on-island staffing. Oh, I'm sorry, I got this one earlier. Let me move on to number 7 in my document. Apologies. In order to avoid confusion in a multi-city dispute with Eastside, I recommend that the term city manager be expanded to read Mercer Island City Manager in ILA section number 12.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Weicker.
Can I just ask if Jessie has any comments on any of this? That I appreciate her input, but I'm guessing she doesn't have anything to add to this one.
I might just step in. This was asked and answered in a Q&A matrix, and the response was this is an ILA between Eastside Fire and Mercer Island. the addition of Mercer Island in that context was effectively duplicative.
Right. So Jesse has no further comments, right? I just want to be clear, Jesse, everything we covered in email is fine.
Yeah, I just received a copy of the motions while I was in the meeting here, so I'm following along. I believe what's being suggested is in the matrix, and then in that case, yes, we've addressed the comments already today, so I don't have anything further to add, but I'd be happy to, state out loud what our response was previously, if that's helpful at some point.
Nope, that's it. Thanks.
Okay. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Nay.
Councilmember Andral.
Nay.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Nay.
Mayor Neese.
Nay.
And Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
No.
2-5. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Weinberg.
All right, we're over halfway there, guys. Thank you. In order to avoid confusion about the scope of the personal property referenced, I move that in the last section of ILA Exhibit B, we expand the personal property words to read personal property of the Mercer Island Fire Department.
I'll second that.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to the motion, Councilmember Weinberg?
Well, it's a kind of a technicality, but as it's currently worded, it would apply to all property acquired by Mercer Island, whether or not it relates to the fire department. So every stapler or every desk or every police car that we get would be subject to this. And I think by saying of the Mercer Island Fire Department, it helps to narrow it down.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councilmember Andral.
I'd just like to clarify that to the extent that all of these questions have been addressed in the matrix, that matrix, the Q&A matrix, will be available on the city's website after this meeting.
Yes, I'll be posting it to the packet.
Okay, thank you. And then I would just further comment that staff does not believe that this amendment is necessary, and I'm certainly not willing to go back to Eastside Fire and Rescue with a bunch of small amendments that our very professional and competent staff do not believe are required for clarity in this document. So for that reason, I will oppose it.
Thank you. All right. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Nope.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Okay.
Councilmember Jacobson.
No.
Councilmember Andral.
Nay.
Councilmember Weicker.
Nay.
2-5. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Motion fails.
Recognized for another motion. All right. In order to avoid confusion about the scope of the personal property reference, I move that the references to personal property in the first sentence of ILA Exhibit C be expanded from personal property to personal property of Mercer Island Fire Department. Same reasoning as before.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Want to speak to the motion? Thank you.
It's the same issue as before. It's as it's currently worded, it would apply to all personal property everywhere. This is just trying to scope it down to what everyone, I believe, intended for it to be, which is the property of the Mercer Island Fire Department.
City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson.
Nay.
Councilmember Weicker.
Nay.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Nay.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Nope.
And Councilmember Andral.
Nay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2-5.
All right. Amendment fails. Councilmember Weinberg.
Two more to go here. In order to ensure no degradation of the safety of Mercer Island residents, I move that we change sentence 1.a of section 1 of Exhibit F of the ILA from Routine maintenance refers to any maintenance task that is done on a planned and ongoing basis to identify and prevent problems before they result in a facility or equipment failure. 2, routine maintenance refers to any maintenance task that is done on a planned and ongoing basis to identify and prevent problems before they result in a facility or equipment failure or negatively impacts to operations and the safety of Mercer Island residents.
Second.
Okay. City Clerk, did you grab that?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Jacobson? Are you talking, Jake? You're on mute. See your hands up. Still on mute.
We can't hear you, Jake.
There you go.
If this is on the matrix, which number is it?
I'll have to look back to the matrix to see where that is.
I think it's 48, but I'm not sure.
Let's take a look.
Might be near the end here. It's 46 on the ILA Exhibit F. Is that, well, that's the shall and will.
41.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 41. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? No. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum,
No.
Councilmember Jacobson,
No.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye. Aye.
Councilmember Weicker,
Nay.
Councilmember Andral,
Nay.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
and Mayor Neese.
Nay.
2 to 5. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Amendment fails.
All right. One more, guys. Thanks for your patience or lack thereof, but thank you there anyway. In Exhibit F of Section 6, I move that we replace the word will with, in the first sentence, with the word shall.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Want to speak to the motion?
Well, it's, again, a rather technical change to the contract. Since this is the one crack we get at the contract, though, I wanted to recommend this change. The use of the word will in a contract implies something that needs to happen at some undetermined point in the future, which could be infinitely far out in the future, whereas the word shall generally implies that it must happen at the start of the contract, the date of the agreement. So I wanted to put the shall in there to make sure that it's clear that we expect this to happen right away.
Okay. City Clerk, please call Councilmember Andrew.
Thank you. I just wanted to weigh in. I don't know if legal precedent has changed since I took my contracts drafting class, but I learned and have always abided by the rule that will and shall are interchangeable. Both are mandatory. May is, of course, may means something completely different, but will and shall are, in my mind, interchangeable. So this change is not necessary. There's nothing about either word that has a time component on it. So I just don't think that's necessary.
In response, I have, I have 33 years in the IT space. I've written and negotiated and edited and changed and seen the adverse effects of missing things in contracts. This will and shall is something I've seen happen, at least in the IT space. And I believe that it would benefit the city to use shall here. I don't think that it would have any detriment to the overall plan.
City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker,
Nay.
Councilmember Andral,
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum,
Nope.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Yay.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
and Mayor Neese.
Nay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 to 5.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds.
I just wanted to make a couple of closing comments. Don't worry, I'm not going to propose any amendments at this point. I just wanted to thank everybody that did such a close reading of the contract, and in particular, Councilmember Weinberg. Well, I know these were painful amendments to go through. He and I apparently share a common belief that while having a contract that everybody thinks they know what it means is a good thing, it's even better if the contract actually says what everyone wants it to mean. And I believe contracts, like laws, should say what we want to happen. And I don't think this one does in the current form. And that's another good reason for me to vote against this motion.
Okay. I will just add that I want to thank our city manager, Jessie Bond, for her extraordinary poise and dedication to the process, kind of navigating this Eastside Fire and Bellevue proposals through council. It's been many months of work. I think I know more about this than I ever needed to. But at the end of the process, I am left with so much trust and faith that there is no instance that our city manager would compromise public safety, response times, medical responses, fire responses in Mercer Island in making this recommendation. And we are so fortunate to have as the council's only employee, Jessie Bond, and being able to look at this process and say, this is a hallmark of the type of person that she is, and that this resolution gives her and her staff, which have been many, and I want to thank all of the staff that supported Jessie in this endeavor, internal and external, as well as all of the unions that have worked with her. This is an outcome that she's been very deliberate at, and I just applaud you, Jessie, for the patience and the pace that you took this, and making sure that the council got to the point where they could make a decision and still provide enough time to make a transition to a January 1 implementation date of the ILA, so that Mercer Island is really set up for success with Eastside Fire and Rescue. And I want to also thank Chief Ben Lane and your predecessor, Chief McDonald, for everything that you've done for the island, for our public safety, as our interim management of our fire services. You came to us at a time when we needed you, and you gave us what we needed. And I personally look at this relationship now with an ILA with a lot of hope and optimism, and know that we would be working constructively as a city manager and as a firefighting organization, a professional firefighting organization, and a city council being reported back to you by your organization every year. And so I know that there's been a lot talked about. There's been a lot of motions that maybe said to the contrary, but I hope all Islanders know that this move is a necessary move for a small department like Mercer Island to be able to deliver over the long horizon the highest level of services in the fire and medical aid business. And I have every confidence that Eastside Fire and Rescue is going to be a long-term partner that will deliver on that and then some. So I want to thank you. I want to thank the council for their work through this process and the motions tonight. And if there's no further discussion, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Weiger.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Nay.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Androl.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Nay.
And Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Passes 5-2.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we now move to other business in the planning schedule, and we welcome City Manager Jessie Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, I did want to point out in your packet, the 2023 planning schedule document, we have updated it for July 18th, and we will be adding an item to provide you and our community with just a status report on the emergency closure of City Hall. So that has been added. After that, we are anticipating taking the month of August off for the August recess, and we will be back on September 5th. And that is all I have for you this evening.
Very good. Council, are there any council member absences coming up to report? No? You all get the month of August off, so that's on me. Council member reports. Council member Androl. Anything to report?
Nothing to report.
Member Jacobson, anything to report?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember, I have nothing to report. Councilmember Reynolds.
Looking forward to seeing you all at summer celebration on July 15th.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I'll just say thanks in advance. The team that's working on summer celebration. I know it's going to be great, but I know it's a tremendous amount of work. I really hope none of them are stayed up this late to watch this meeting, but if you see it on replay, I want to say thanks.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Weicker.
Nothing to report. Thanks.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Nothing to report.
All right, the next hybrid meeting of the City Council is scheduled for Wednesday, July 18th at 5 p.m. The time is now 10:13 p.m. As a reminder to the council, please stay seated till the city staff has terminated the broadcast. Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight.